guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. The VA has some new funding for vets needing housing.
The Veterans Affairs Department has announced 3 grants to help veterans who are homeless or are at risk of losing their homes. The grants are for the federal budget year that starts October 1st, 2023. The Supportive Services for Veteran Families programs will be awarded to eligible organizations in all 50 states, the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Virgin Islands. For the USA Radio News Los Angeles Bureau, I'm Ellie Andrews.
New data has been released by We Count and the nonprofit Society of Family Planning on the decline in abortions since the June Supreme Court decision on Dobbs, which reversed Roe v. Wade and left legal access up to individual states. Dr. Jennifer Ashton clarified on the weekly Sunday program this week what those numbers do not reflect are the women who are forced to get abortions illegally, and therefore it could be skewed. Ashton saying there are now more hurdles for safe access.
When people hear those numbers, to understand that when this decision came out, all it did was put a stop in many states in the country to safe and legal abortion. It's not putting a stop to all abortions. So those numbers are legal reported numbers.
Inflation may be hurting folks making contributions to their retirement.
A lot of Americans have either reduced or stopped contributions to their retirement due to inflation. That's according to a new report from Allianz Life Insurance Company, which puts the number at 54%. Meantime, 43% have taken money from a retirement account to make ends meet. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
You know, if you feel like you're stuck with a healthcare plan that isn't affordable, or you simply just don't like how it works, well, right now, during open enrollment is a perfect time to switch to MediShare. The typical family saves $500 a month when they join MediShare, and what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the customer satisfaction rate compared to the industry. That's double. And MediShare is the most trusted name in healthcare sharing. It's been around for 30 years. It's shared more than $4 billion in healthcare bills. And here's why now is the perfect time to make the switch. If you join Medishare Complete by January 1st, they will waive your new member fees and you'll save an additional 10% off your first year. That's right. No fee to join, 10% off every month for all of next year. But again, it's a limited time offer. So yeah, you're not stuck. You've got a great option. Call now. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
With just 9 days until the midterm elections, a recent CBS News poll says Republicans are projected to take control of the House. That party is also doing better with voters who say things in the U.S. are out of control. Democratic candidate for North Carolina Senator Cherry Beasley says she will address financial concerns from state voters and decrease inflation.
And in the greatest country in the world, folks should not have to make choices around buying groceries or school supplies or high-priced medication. And Congress really can fix this. I mean, we know that the greatest factor really is the supply chain.
Beasley was on CNN State of the Union. Key issues for voters in this election include inflation, the strong economy, and abortion. Tens of millions of Americans are expected to vote before Election Day on November the 8th. Millions have already cast their ballot. It's old news, but the water crisis is still ongoing in Jackson, Mississippi.
Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves has extended the state of emergency over the water crisis in the capital city of Jackson. Governor Reeves does blame Jackson mayor for the city's water crisis.
What we have proven over the last 52 days is the water struggles in Jackson were specific to the incompetence of this administration and this mayor.
For the USA Radio News Los Angeles Bureau, I'm Ellie Andrews.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
The buy one, get one free special going on now at MyPillow. MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, the roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and 6-piece towel sets on special. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find out all the great deals you can get right now at MyPillow. mypillow.com/USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
I can't believe I'm doing this. I feel like I want to pull my hair out. Woo! Look at that hair. Man, it's sexy. I think I look like Howard Stern. Okay, welcome in, welcome aboard. Are you ready to do this? Happy Halloween. Technically, Halloween's over here. The Eastern time zone, it's 12:08. Trick-or-treaters should be winding down on the West Coast, right? I don't know what... Trick-or-treat here was 6 to 8 p.m. That's Eastern time. Welcome in, welcome aboard. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, our secret bunker here in Southwest Ohio. Now looking at 57 degrees outside the bunker. Oh, boy. First question, somebody said, Happy Halloween, Steve. Did anyone win the Powerball? Yeah, we don't know if anyone won yet. I can tell you this. I'm sitting here. I didn't win. I don't think I would be able to contain myself if I actually looked at those numbers. Actually matched one number out of a $20 wager, so... And that was the actual lucky number 13. Hey, lucky number 13 came up twice in the Powerball numbers this evening, about an hour ago. Say, how's that possible? Well, because the first number in the 5 white balls was 13. 13, 19, 36, 39, and 59. Then the Powerball. Lucky number 13. How often do you see the same number come up twice in the Powerball numbers? That was for $1 billion. Cash option was something like $476 million, I believe it was. And we'll find out in a few hours if there was or was not a winner. I just have this feeling somebody out there is going to win that $1 billion to celebrate their Halloween. But we shall find out. How was your Halloween Eve? One more night with the clown in the studio, and I don't know, is it more like Elvira, Mistress of the Dark? All right, hope you've had a great day. It's kind of a dreary night. Drizzly conditions out there. As I mentioned, our trick-or-treat was 6 to 8 p.m. The rain stopped about midday, and actually things stayed dry till right about 8 o'clock in the evening, which that was fine for me because we were darn near out of candy. Had a lot of trick-or-treaters tonight. It's more than I could remember all the years we've lived here, and we'll have been 25 years in the same place as of next year. But yeah, big numbers with the comfortable conditions, 60 degrees at trick-or-treat time. It was a great night for the ghosts and the goblins to get out and beg for candy. But yeah, the rain started right about 8 o'clock. It was a light rain, but it was enough to chase all the trick-or-treaters in, and we were able to just wrap it up for the evening. And that was about the time, 8 o'clock, the Bengals started their, what a debacle. Yeah, prime time. They did fare well. Prime time, well, 2 out of 3 times this season because they played on Monday night and they had a Sunday night football. They won both of those, but it was the Bengals and the Browns. That should have been an easy win, right? But no, not necessarily. Any given Sunday, any given Monday, the Browns snap a 4-game losing streak to knock off the Bengals there in Cleveland, Ohio. Monday Night Football. So we wrap up, what is that, week number 8? Lose track of what weekend we're in. Anyway, travelers' weather around the country we'll get to coming up here. I was looking at some of the posts from our listening friends, and I'll jump right down if I could find that here. Bill checks in out of the box. Good evening, Steve. We're parked on I-24 by Clarksville, Tennessee. Been here since 7:45 p.m. Apparently had a shooting on the interstate. I-24 is closed at mile marker 19 eastbound. So eastbound in Tennessee, 24 and 24. A very, very busy stretch of interstate shut down this evening. And we'll see if we can find out more what's going on there. Meanwhile, we've got travelers' weather, big storm, massive storm, as they describe it at AccuWeather, poised to unleash areas of heavy snow in the western USA. And it's also going to trigger the potential for a widespread severe weather outbreak across portions of the plains and the Mississippi Valley late this week and into the weekend. Several rounds of severe thunderstorms may occur across the Great Plains starting on Thursday evening and then extending into this weekend. So we got a couple days left before that all begins to roll in, as the strongest storm so far this fall is going to roll out of the Rockies. Now, for much of this week, warm air going to be surging northward over the central states as that cold air plunges southward out west. That's going to have the clash of the warm and cold that reaches a peak from late this week into the weekend over the middle portions of the country right about the same time that we'll see an increase in the jet stream energy arriving with the flow of moist air from the Gulf of Mexico. All these ingredients for severe weather are coming together. First storms are going to erupt Thursday evening across western Kansas, the Texas and Oklahoma panhandle regions. Hail and damaging winds are likely to be the main threats there, as that storm's cold front, though, pivots off eastward, interacting with the increased moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. The threat of severe thunderstorms is anticipated to become even more widespread by Friday. Forecasters already saying they're most concerned about Friday afternoon into the evening, extending from far southern Kansas through central Oklahoma into central Texas. All hazards, hail, damaging winds, and a few tornadoes may occur. Now, the risk for heavy, gusty, severe thunderstorms continues farther to the east over portions of the lower plains and the Mississippi Valley. It may depend on a couple of different factors: how much daytime heating occurs before the eruption of the thunderstorms. The severe weather threat could then escalate to an outbreak from portions of eastern Texas into Louisiana, northward into eastern Kansas, Iowa, Missouri, and Illinois as the weekend progresses. They tell us forecasters are going to monitor the potential for weather dangers, obviously, in the coming days here. This severe weather threat may later transform into a period of strong winds, along with a line of heavy showers as that cold front swings from the Central Plains to the Ohio Valley and then into the Great Lakes region. In areas north of the severe thunderstorm zone, the potential for flooding will exist Friday and Saturday. Areas from eastern Kansas into Missouri, southern Iowa could experience several rounds of torrential rains. Now, much of that would be beneficial for the significant drought conditions, but some locations have been rather wet recently, and you may see some flooding there. There's the potential for a plume of tropical moisture to extend more than 1,000 miles from Central America to parts of the central U.S. this weekend. Some of that moisture would originate from Lisa, which is, by the way, now a tropical storm, forecast to become a hurricane before impacting Central America later this week. Now, even though spring is the most active time of year, of course, for severe thunderstorms here in the U.S., Significant outbreaks can still occur in the fall. It's kind of like the second severe weather season, as they call it, secondary severe weather season. Now, runoff from this rain is likely to work its way into the Mississippi main stem eventually. That could take a number of days or even weeks and is likely to produce probably just, they say, a slight temporary water level rise as they continue to contend with the historically low water levels there on the Mississippi River. All right, Philly Dan checks in out of the box. Once again, you're on a roll, Philly Dan, night after night. He's in there before we even hit the actual midnight hour with our intro. Girls are afraid of spiders, but they will cut off an 18-wheeler without hesitation. Good point. Which should you be more scared of, right? Good morning from Dexter, Minnesota. 45 degrees at this hour. There's Todd checking in. Heavy D. And good morning to the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe and keep on trucking. Gerald on board here on a Wednesday. No, it's Tuesday, right? Monday was Halloween. It's Tuesday. Got 55 degrees outside here in Cape Girardeau right now. Played a Halloween party today. It was wonderful. Everybody stay groovy. I guess you do the DJ thing, right? The musical thing. Good morning from Navajo, Arizona. Heat wave checking in with 46 degrees as we head toward Albuquerque and the Hacienda this morning. Richard, other side of the country. Good morning from Central Florida, 72 degrees. Hello to Steve and all the listeners there. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. 57 degrees at the New York-Connecticut state line at this hour with Larry. 5-7, copy in the mail. Jeff says, good night from Kalamazoo, boss. You're making this so easy. Sad if I leave, that's 50% of the company, but I can't keep working for less. Kimmy, I love you. Thanks for taking the grandkids trick-or-treating, I guess that would be. All right. Good to have you on board there, Jeff. It's kind of a personal message. I think I get what you're trying to say there. Hello to Pappy, 58 degrees in the far side of southwestern Hamilton County, Ohio tonight. Yeah, light rain kind of moving out of the area. I believe it stayed dry for the trick-or-treating hours. But hammer down, be safe, all the nocturnal listeners out there, to the Overnight Drive radio show with Steve Sommers. Thank you, Pappy. Welcome aboard. Hello to Marianne, says good morning. Bill checks in. Again, that's the one parked on I-24, so we already shared that. Hello, Steve. Amazing show. Wanted to tell my husband, No Handle Dave, who listens to every single show, by the way. Wanted to tell Dave that I appreciate all the long days and all the miles he drives, and that I love him mucho Belgrande and all that mushy stuff. Keep up the good work, Steve. All right, thank you, Michelle, and No Handle Dave. There you go. You are appreciated out there. Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia. 55 degrees. Had a great evening to go trick-or-treating with the grandkids and a bunch of friends. Saw some great costumes. Going to be heading out late tomorrow. You get in position for my delivery Wednesday, Bluffton, South Carolina. Then I'll probably have to head on down to Indian River, Florida, do a pickup that requires me to deinstall some machines and take them to the recycling center. I'll make my way back up to Bluffton for a pickup Sunday of that equipment that I dropped off there. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Yeah, a couple more here. Last night, Halloween, marked my 34 years driving a truck. That's Shorty checking in. Well, congratulations, Shorty. Sure has been a lot of changes out here. No doubt about it. Over 34 years, it's a whole different world in the trucking community, isn't it? Let's see here. Morning, Steve. Bolt checking in. It was a wet 53 at the State Police Barracks in Romney, West Virginia. Been kind of raining off and on since the morning. Wishing everyone a wonderful, safe night out there. Nice outfit, Steve. You think, right? Let me see here. Roy checks in. Good morning from Morning View, Kentucky. C3K is on board. Chris says, hey, Steve, you look fabulous. Nice outfit. Yeah, thank you. I don't like it. Princess made me do it, and I'm going to get rid of this thing. It's 844-844-3388 underway on a Tuesday morning. Hope your week's off to a good start. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's everyday diesel treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, ladies, I don't know how you do it. Long hair, in your face, in your eyes. Itchy, itchy. Let's see here. Hello to Norman. Looking good, Steve. Checking in from north central Kansas. We're loaded. Getting ready to head north. Everybody drive safe out there. Let's see. Gerald says, saw on the internet there's going to be like a trucker strike starting today. Well, that would be news to me, Gerald. I know there was, what was that company? They one particular, trying to recall, was it Cisco there in the northeast portion of the country that have been talking, they've had some sort of a trucker strike going on with that company. That maybe it's a continuation of that, but I'll double check. Hello to Philip. Morning. Just chilling on the couch this week in Middle Tennessee. Tell you what, I could really get used to this. Nothing like being lazy, right? Truck strike? That's funny. You're right, Philip. Susie Bell. Morning, everybody. God bless our truckers. Hey, Steve. Elvira called. She wants her wig back when you get a chance. Have a great night, everybody. Yeah, I gave it back. That was like an Elvira wig, wasn't it? Yeah, Scott says, hey, looks like Howard Stern at the wheel, right? Hello to Hired Gun. Morning, everybody. My 60th birthday is over. I don't feel any older. Putin may be making threats against Elon Musk and SpaceX. Check the video out on the Outcast page. Anyway, and the painted side stays on top. There you go. Bidu checks in this morning. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Monty Python, as always, says, good morning, Your Honor. All right, plenty to cover as we make our way in here to a Tuesday. Got an update. The prices at the pump. Latest numbers from the Energy Information Administration. Hey, gas prices actually up for the first time in several weeks. Potentially, according to Bloomberg News, posing a political challenge to the administration ahead of the elections, even as it casts a spotlight now on big oil's massive profits, as their numbers were reported last week. Now, the average national pump price began edging upward on Friday, snapping a streak of declines that was kind of easing the pressure a little bit on Democrats vying to keep control of Congress. But this reversal is being driven by the rising prices there on the East Coast, as we've been talking for the last week or so now, where we've been kind of focused on the diesel inventories, but apparently gasoline supplies are actually also very tight. Gasoline supplies are so tight that some terminals have reported running out of fuel. This is the president lambasts some of the world's biggest oil companies for reaping record profits while the American people struggle with inflation. If you hadn't caught the numbers, ExxonMobil Friday posted the highest profit in their 152-year history. Chevron posted their second best quarter ever. Meanwhile, some of the states that are facing some of the highest prices at the pump are those that are actually poised to determine which party controls Congress. Yeah, more on the numbers coming up here. But we'll get a news break in, and of course, as I mentioned, phone lines open, ready to roll into a Tuesday at 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marissa reporting. Brazilian leftist leader Luiz Lula da Silva narrowly defeated President Jair Bolsonaro in a runoff election, but the far-right incumbent did not concede defeat, raising concerns that he might contest the result. It's a remarkable comeback for that country's first working-class president, whose storied political career nearly ended in prison. 12 ships carrying grain left Ukrainian ports despite Russia having abandoned a UN-backed deal to guarantee exports from the war zone, suggesting Moscow had stopped short of reimposing a blockade that might have caused world hunger. The death toll from a suspension bridge collapse in India rose to 134, with many of the victims children, as authorities opened a criminal case into one of the deadliest accidents in the country in the past 10 years. The bridge was built under British colonial rule and reopened only last week after repairs. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com.
The 1878 to 1921 Morgan Silver Dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It's been 100 years since the last Morgan Silver Dollar coin was struck for circulation. And now, for a limited time only, full-pound bags of original U.S. government-struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right. You can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan Silver Dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks. Guaranteed. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan Silver Dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25, free with every order. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure your full-pound bag of Morgan Silver Dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-473-1745. That's 1-800-473-1745.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, who we got checking in via email at this hour? Wheelchair Dave is on board. Hello, Dave. Hope your week's off to a good start. Dave says, hi, cutie. I thought Loretta Lynn passed away. No, really, Steve. So yesterday's NASCAR race, Sunday's NASCAR race, the laws of physics were upside down. The actual car with friction against the wall set the track record. Unbelievable. Now, in real time, it almost looked like he hit the fast forward button. Yes, it looked like he hit the nitrous or something, right? I've never seen anything like it. I don't think any of us have seen anything like that, but that was pretty incredible. Looking at that replay in slow motion where he made his way past Denny Hamlin, beating him right at the finish line. Yeah, that was incredible. Hello to Lester. Lester Sloan on board. He said, that hair looks familiar, Steve. How about Halloween on the cruise in 2019? It looks better on the Princess. That's Lester in Cincinnati. You are correct. That was her wig there when she was a witch for Halloween on the cruise there in 2019. That was it. All right, we'll get to the calls coming up here. More on the oil prices there. I got your email there, Steve, our friend, formerly Nashville Steve, now Florida Steve, where who was it? The fuel company CEO says the diesel shortage is going to stay tight. The market is going to stay tight right on into the winter. That was from the chairman of Chevron. I don't know if you could do a copy and paste on the actual text of that. I don't have a subscription to the Epoch Times there, so I still can't read those stories when you send me the links like that. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, but that is interesting headline. I'd like to see more. There was another prediction talking about the price per barrel. Maybe going back up. Oil prices could climb back to $100 by the end of this year and trade above $120 per barrel in 2023 as the looming unpredictable winter arrives while the energy stockpiles shrink. According to a top analyst at Amitra Energy Aspects, But the diesel shortage that we're dealing with right now, that is a more pressing issue. We're expecting oil prices to go towards $100 into the year end and really trade into the 110s and 120s for most of next year. Speaking to Bloomberg this past day, adding that a cold winter poses the greatest upward pressure on prices. Oil inventories, as we know, are extremely low because many U.S. refineries remain out of commission and we're not able to produce enough inventory while the ongoing French refinery strikes are adding to the supply pressures. Nonetheless, he maintains that it's diesel that poses the greater threat. Now, of course, we shared last week, talked about that ad nauseum, where the Energy Information Administration reporting at that point, on October 14th, we only had 25 days of remaining reserves for diesel, a near record low. We just have not built diesel supplies over the summer, he said, and that's what we tend to use in the winter if it does get very cold. Now, of course, demand for diesel, for transportation, shipping, construction, farming, has recovered at a faster clip than gas and jet fuel has. And this has all been exacerbated by the dwindling refining capacities, Western sanction on Russian petroleum imports. U.S. average for a gallon of diesel hit $5.34 last week, $1.62 higher than the same time last year, about a 43% increase. Once the European Union sanctions on refined oil products kicks in, which doesn't happen until next February, competition for diesel supplies are just going to increase that much more. What's more, diesel prices for November deliveries have increased 33% for November, and reserves for this time of year haven't been this low since 1951, according to the EIA figures. Now, he said it's possible the Biden administration steps in with some type of intervention for the diesel crisis, such as maybe imposing a supply quota before supplies can be exported. The National Economic Advisor, the director, Brian Deese, told Bloomberg that diesel levels indeed are unacceptably low, but there's not a whole lot of options, not a lot that they can actually try to do to address it. Yeah, we've got, 1 million barrels in the Northeast heating oil reserve. I think in all likelihood, they're probably going to tap into that as we head on into the winter months. All right, High Tech is on board here as we head to the phones. What's going on, High Tech?
5-7 here if you want to bring him up.
Well, I'm sorry. It's not. Maybe he dropped off. Okay, because he was there. Okay, what's going on?
Oh, yeah. You don't remember the story? It's the story in the story. The guy that got caught peeping Tom, and then that's great. But then I called up and I said, well, think about it. This guy's daughter is in her late 20s, early 30s, and she's getting dressed with the light on, with the blinds up. And then you got to wonder why the guy next door caught the peeping Tom, because he had his camera set up looking at the window. You know, that's the story in the story they never mentioned. You know, if I was their dad, I'd say, put your blind down, and then I'd have a talk with the neighbor while you're taking pictures like that. Oil companies. Now, it's just, this is the first I heard of it. Major profits.
Yes.
Could it possibly be because they haven't had to invest in exploration? They spend, I guess, millions or billions of dollars.
Billions.
Just blowing it out the.
Yep, normally. Correct. Normally they do. Yep.
So, would that be fair to mention that? And just, I hate to be defending them, and you just got to wonder. I haven't heard anybody say this, but do you think this is the oil companies fighting back against this so-called green revolution, because this administration try to make sure I don't say anything to get us in trouble, but just let's just say they're not making as much money as they used to. So yeah, I've been listening to Steve Summers' Overnight Drive. I've been trying to do what I could do, get myself out of debt. And thank good Lord we did. Set back food. I got a well, so as long as the power's on, I got water set back. I hate that bottled water. Tastes like swimming pool water, but good old well water. But this fight may have to happen. And like I sent you a message last night, hopefully it happens before, because if it happens after the red wave, then it's going to be used, and it's all going to be the Republicans' fault. So, and with the mentality we have of people today, and in a way it's fair. It's fair. They're out there just living their lives, not worrying about it. But our founding fathers did say, what was it? Jefferson come out and said, a lady asked him, what form of government you got? He said a republic. But this is the greatest part. If you can keep it. So it's still the American people's job to stay informed, to talk about it, and to make sure that we do what we're going to do here in a little bit, and that's vote. Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the rest of the show, and I appreciate everybody, period.
All right.
Just 5-7 out.
All right, your point in regards to investment, I'd say that's 100% correct. Yeah, for decades, oil companies, they make lots of money, sometimes more than others, and sometimes they don't make a whole lot of money. It all is depending on where the price per barrel is. But in the good years, would they or would they not? Look at purchasing more leases, doing more exploration. Let's drill some more. Let's expand this refinery or that refinery. Those are billions of dollars worth of investments that would take away from the profit numbers because you're putting it back in. Right now, they're just reaping the profits and not, for the most part, nowhere close to what they would have used to have done investing. So I think that is a 100% valid point. The Oil Price Information Service this past day. Hey, 5-7. It says the oil and gas industry needs more investment. But you see what we've got right now with an administration that's pretty much told the oil industry, we are going to put you out of business. We are going to get off of, quote, fossil fuels. We're going to eliminate the internal combustion engine. We've heard it all. So why would these companies put billions of dollars to try to grow and expand an industry that the government is telling you we're going to shut it down, we're going to cut it off? Why would they? And they're not. U.S. Senior Advisor for Energy Security, speaking at an energy conference in Abu Dhabi this past day, made that quote, more investment is needed in the oil and gas sector right now and tomorrow, as she was quoted as saying the top oil producers in the Middle East have been warning for years that this slump in investment in the industry is going to come back to haunt global supply. Underinvestment is one of the key reasons for high oil prices. The world's largest oil firm and top crude oil exporter, Saudi Aramco, said this past day, very low spare capacity, underwhelming investment in new supply in recent years, combined with the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the subsequent market chaos with changed trade flows to push oil and gas prices higher. Now, Hochstein said that energy prices have to be priced in a way that allows for economic growth. The U.S. administration has been looking to lower prices, releasing more than 100 million barrels from the SPR this year, as we know. And now you got the president calling on the oil companies to stop profiteering and lower the prices at the pump. Earlier this month, the American Petroleum Institute president and CEO Mike Sommers said in response to one of the latest comments from this administration that increasing energy demand and constrained supply, coupled with geopolitical instability and faulty policy decisions, underscore that your policy decisions has driven prices higher at a time when American energy could be a stabilizing force not only here but abroad. We urge caution in continuing to rely on short-term efforts that are no substitute for sound long-term policies that enable American energy leadership. This administration should be focused on addressing the fundamental economic and security challenges we face by spurring more investment in American energy, infrastructure, and markets that enable the U.S. consumer to benefit from America's reliable energy resources. Again, that was the quote from Sommers. He's 100% correct. These policies, in other words, from day one of the Joe Biden administration, the policies that have been implemented, shut down the pipeline, shut off land leases, no more. Yeah, we know what's transpired, and this is the fallout. You know, would it be the unintended consequences? I guess it's unintended on their part, but how many of us tried to tell them, don't you see what you're going to do to energy prices? But they didn't listen. Well, here in about 1 week from today, folks, that's our chance, that's your chance to send a message to the current administration that you've screwed up. That's it, that's all. We got to take this country back. Now, speaking of the unintended consequences, it's almost laughable. The story this past day, how many months have I, in our discussions, have we talked about this push to go electric? Buy an electric car. And at the same time, the electric grid operators around the country, literally all over the country over the summer, were warning that we may not have the capacity, we may not have the power to generate the needs just to keep the AC working in the heat of the summer. How in the hell are you going to try to plug in millions of electric cars and trucks into that same grid without updating? California has got the cart ahead of the horse. Of course, they've already announced bans on internal combustion engine sales, fossil fuel vehicles, trucks as well, within the next 20 years. They've signed these rules and regulations before they even had discussions about how are we going to charge all these cars and trucks. They didn't even think about it. They actually held their first public hearing on the proposed ban on fossil fuel trucks by the year 2040, which led to a sound-off between the environmentalist and the drivers, and we'll give you the rest of the story because they're finally now just getting around to talking about, hey, we don't really have a plan in place to expand the power grid. We can put all these charging stations in, but you have to have power being generated to go to those charging stations to plug into your cars and trucks, and they haven't done that. We'll return into Lines available. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, here you go. So the California Air Resources Board, they finally get around to saying, but let's talk about this a little bit. Last Thursday, public hearing started at 9 a.m., lasted all the way into the evening. Hearing included 167 people from the trucking industry, as well as environmental groups. But the proposed regulations in question would phase out any fossil-fueled rigs, that's trucks, in California. By the year 2040, it would ban manufacturers from selling any fossil-fueled rigs in the same time frame. The new rules would also require trucking companies to convert their entire fleet to electric trucks by the year 2042. We're talking about a rule that would affect about 1.8 million trucks on California roadways, according to the Times of San Diego. Now, obviously, truckers worry that these rules and the financial burden of replacing entire fleets will eliminate smaller, family-owned companies, putting them out of business, putting people out of work. And, of course, those in the industry say, hello, the infrastructure to support mandated electric trucks simply does not exist. Obviously, we all want clean air, but this would be catastrophic to the industry. We're operating in an already challenging environment. To add something else that's this drastic would be very harmful, according to one of the drayage companies there. Well, eventually, this is going to affect all trucks in the state of California. Drayage and delivery trucks fall under the strictest timeline to transition, as they're typically shorter routes make them theoretically easier to electrify. New models in these fleets would need to be electrified by the year 2024. While the diesel trucks have to be retired after 18 years. Cox claims that these rules fail to consider the drayage companies with longer daily haul ranges, pointing out the limited options for electric semi-trucks and the potential for less cargo with the weight of the semi-truck batteries as well. Getting the cart before the horse is not going to help matters by forcing the purchase of a vehicle that doesn't exist today. I mean, this is both impractical and impossible to comply with. Yeah, right now, there are less than 90 electric semi-trucks on California roads. You know, if passed, the rule would add 510,000 electrified medium and heavy-duty trucks to California roads by the year 2035, and it jumps to 1.2 million by the year 2045. Hold that thought. Get a news update here, top of the hour as we close out hour number one.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. The VA has some new funding for vets needing housing.
The Veterans Affairs Department has announced 3 grants to help veterans who are homeless or are at risk of losing their homes. The grants are for the federal budget year that starts October 1st, 2023. The Supportive Services for Veteran Families programs will be awarded to eligible organizations in all 50 states, the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Virgin Islands. For the USA Radio News Los Angeles Bureau, I'm Ellie Andrews.
New data has been released by We Count and the nonprofit Society of Family Planning on the decline in abortions since the June Supreme Court decision on Dobbs, which reversed Roe v. Wade and left legal access up to individual states. Dr. Jennifer Ashton clarified on the weekly Sunday program this week what those numbers do not reflect are the women who are forced to get abortions illegally, and therefore it could be skewed. Ashton saying there are now more hurdles for safe access.
When people hear those numbers, to understand that when this decision came out, all it did was put a stop in many states in the country to safe and legal abortion. It's not putting a stop to all abortions. So those numbers are legal reported numbers.
Inflation may be hurting folks making contributions to their retirement.
A lot of Americans have either reduced or stopped contributions to their retirement due to inflation. That's according to a new report from Allianz Life Insurance Company, which puts the number at 54%. Meantime, 43% have taken money from a retirement account to make ends meet. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
You know, if you feel like you're stuck with a healthcare plan that isn't affordable or you simply just don't like how it works, well, right now, during open enrollment is a perfect time to switch to Medishare. The typical family saves $500 a month when they join Medishare, and what's more, they like it. Medishare has double the customer satisfaction rate compared to the industry. That's double. And Medishare is the most trusted name in healthcare sharing. It's been around for 30 years. It's shared more than $4 billion in healthcare bills. And here's why now is the perfect time to make the switch. If you join Medishare Complete by January 1st, they will waive your new member fees and you'll save an additional 10% off your first year. That's right. No fee to join, 10% off every month for all of next year. But again, it's a limited time offer. So yeah, you're not stuck. You've got a great option. Call now. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
With just 9 days until the midterm elections, a recent CBS News poll says Republicans are projected to take control of the House. That party is also doing better with voters who say things in the U.S. are out of control. Democratic candidate for North Carolina Senator Cherry Beasley says she will address financial concerns from state voters and decrease inflation.
And in the greatest country in the world, folks should not have to make choices around buying groceries or school supplies or high-priced medication. And Congress really can fix this. I mean, we know that the greatest factor really is the supply chain.
Beasley was on CNN State of the Union. Key issues for voters in this election include inflation, the strong economy, and abortion. Tens of millions of Americans are expected to vote before Election Day on November the 8th. Millions have already cast their ballot. It's old news, but the water crisis is still ongoing in Jackson, Mississippi.
Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves has extended the state of emergency over the water crisis in the capital city of Jackson. Governor Reeves does blame Jackson mayor for the city's water crisis.
What we have proven over the last 52 days is the water struggles in Jackson were specific to the incompetence of this administration and this mayor.
For the USA Radio News Los Angeles Bureau, I'm Ellie Andrews.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
The buy one, get one free special going on now at MyPillow. MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, the roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and 6-piece towel sets on special. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find out all the great deals you can get right now at MyPillow. mypillow.com/USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, welcome back. Round number 2. Got things off and rolling to a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. They did not get to play World Series game number 3 this past evening. Rained out. Yeah, kind of a soggy evening there in the East Coast, right? Which is still a soggy evening. Central and eastern Pennsylvania, it's off and on showers. You'll be in and out of the rain. Stretching from all the way down in central and East central North Carolina up through eastern Virginia. Spotty showers up through Maryland. They get on up into Pennsylvania tonight. Not much going on in New York. A little rain in upstate New York, but yet lots of items to get to here. Let me finish up with our California. Finally getting around to talking about getting the cart ahead of the horse. We left off mentioning right now there's only 90 electric semi-trucks on the roads in California. They want to bump that up to 1.2 million by the year 2045 and 1.6 million by the year 2050. Now, right now, it's believed the state would need to install approximately 800 chargers per week to power electrified truck fleets. And they'd have to have 64 to 158 megawatts of charging capacity. Hey, anybody think about how much juice that is? We don't even know that chargers are going to be in place in the next 2 years to have somewhere to plug in the trucks. Yeah, we can't even lose time to charging if there's nowhere to charge, says the California Trucking Association. Even those that aren't related to the trucking industry acknowledge the infrastructure concerns. These are legitimate concerns, and they had no real answers to that issue. The board chair, vice chair, Sandra Berg said, well, this is really a very large undertaking. I'm trying to understand where the grid problems are going to be and how they can be resolved, and how much time do we really need here? They're just getting around to talking about it. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Lines are open. I know you're out there listening in, so jump on board. Or does nobody want to talk to you? But yeah, happy Halloween, all right? Good morning from Utah. Meade checks in. Let's see, 47 degrees looks like here. Hoot Hoo checking in. Morning, Steve. Very scary desk. You like my clown there? There's one more night. He'll be gone tomorrow night, right? You know, Halloween's over. That means it's time to cue the Christmas music. There are 2 stations in this town that they may have at the midnight hour. They go all Christmas music, literally the day after Halloween. Probably up and running right now. Let's see. Hello to Steve and Kevin the Cat. Happy All Saints Day. There's Matthew with us. Bourbon Street, Gary. Morning, Steve. We got 49 degrees on I-70 in Missouri. Headed to Blue Springs, got a drop and hook, then it's back to Mount Vernon this morning. Good morning to Steve and the overnight drive crew from Troy, Ohio this morning. That's Kevin. And Soma checks in. Steve, I think that creepy clown moved just now. Watch your back. Keep all sharp objects out of its grasp. He better not have moved. All right, I can jump to a story that Matt had just forwarded to me. I had not caught that in my headlines as I was doing my show prep this past evening. Speaking of which, I did not get nearly the rest I would typically get. I kind of figured it would be coming. Halloween, I didn't lay down till about 1 in the afternoon. Got up about 5. Trick-or-treat was going to be taking place 6 to 8. Again, the grandkids were coming over. My mom was coming by. And so I had to get up to spend time with the kids and hand out the trick-or-treaters their candy and all. I tried to lay down after trick-or-treat. Just kind of tossed and turned for about 90 minutes and said, screw it, I'm just going to get up. But thank you, Matt. This is a case that most by now have probably forgotten about. But let me refresh your memory. Recall they called it the Delphi murders in Indiana. The 2 girls, the young girls, 14 and 13-year-old, that were found dead on the walking trail there. in Indiana. Believe it or not, Indiana State Police announcing this past day they've made an arrest in the connection to the killing of the two teenage girls nearly 6 years after the best friends were found dead on the hiking trail. It was Libby German. She was 14, and Abby Williams at 13 years old. All the way back in February of 2017, one day after Libby's sister dropped the two girls off at the entrance to the hiking trail there, northwest of Indianapolis. State Police Superintendent Doug Carter, at a press conference this past day, said today is not a day to celebrate. The time will come when additional details can be released, but today is not that time. A 50-year-old Richard Allen, taken into custody apparently on Friday, booked into the Carroll County Jail on 2 counts of murder, he did say. Allen worked at a local CVS store. His home was searched last week, with investigators focusing on a fire pit, according to the Fox affiliate there. Now, he pleaded not guilty at his initial hearing, was not granted bond, though. According to the Carroll County prosecutor, German's sister wrote in a tweet this past day, she simply said, quote, "We got him." Now, officials not offering much of any details. The arrest affidavit and the charging documents, which are usually public in criminal cases, have been sealed by the court. Now, we have not closed the door on the investigation. We're not presuming anything at this point. Police previously said the girls were found covered in blood, and the killer had taken a memento from the crime scene. However, police have not disclosed how the girls were murdered or any evidence that they had obtained in the case. But days after the killing, as you'll recall, there was a couple of grainy images, a man walking across an abandoned railroad bridge that was taken on German's phone shortly before the girls' remains were found in the wooded stretch off the Delphi Historic Trail. And there was that little clip of audio that the one little girl was able to record, the audio of the man believed to be the killer, ordering the pair down the hill. Now, the case baffled investigators for more than 5 years, with lead after lead turning cold. Just days after the killings, authorities executed a search warrant on the property of Ron Logan, the property where the girls' bodies were found. Logan had lied about his whereabouts the day of the double homicide. He died in January, was never publicly named as a suspect. But in August, apparently, Indiana State Police petitioned the Miami County Circuit Court for custody of Indiana man Keegan Klein, who's locked up on child pornography charges. Klein had been in contact with German using the fake Instagram account known as Anthony Schatz the night before she was murdered. He allegedly made plans to meet up with her around the time she went missing, but Klein has denied any involvement. Now, the Murder Sheet podcast obtained a transcript of a police interview with Klein, who actually admitted he was in touch with the girl. The transcript also revealed that Klein searched, "How long does DNA last?" in like a Google search on his computer. And he also failed a police polygraph test. The police have not said whether they believe Logan or Klein were actually involved in the murders, but Richard Allen, who now is again a 50-year-old, arrested and being held there in Indiana. So not a lot of detail, but very interesting case that most of us thought would never be solved. It is 844-844-3388. Grasshopper, how we been? Good morning.
Doing good, Steve. How are you?
Hanging with them. Happy Halloween.
You too. Yep, 27 years at this company today. Long time for one company. I don't know if you remember when I called you about that Delphi killer case that they swabbed me. You remember that?
Kind of vaguely.
I lived in Delphi for 30 years, and we moved to Lafayette, me and my wife. And somebody turned me in, thought I looked like the guy.
Oh, okay.
But I still got two granddaughters that go to Delphi school, and I guess they was announcing on the intercom today after the conference that we got him. So my granddaughter
right? Wow.
started texting me. She started texting me and showed me a picture where they dug in this Richard Allen's yard. They had probable cause to dig up his fire pit. And it goes a little bit deep. That Klein guy, I guess this Richard Allen was on his website at some point.
Okay.
And he turned himself in, after the killing, he turned himself into a mental hospital for 30 days. And how he flew under the radar all this time, I have no idea, because it was like a year later before they came and gave me a swab. So I don't know how he slid under their noses, but they always said that he's probably a local guy, and sure enough, he was.
He worked locally at the CVS store there.
Yeah, for sure. But I think that Klein guy, after they arrested him, they started doing a search in the Wabash River up in Logansport. They was up there for about 2 weeks after Klein's arrest. And what they were looking for, I don't know, but I think it had something to do with the killing. And I'll just read you this little clip here my granddaughter sent me. She says, update says, I know you all probably take this with a grain of salt, but my local family is super involved in the Delphi Carroll County community. They dug up his yard last night per the neighbor. Neighbor had reported that Richard stole something from the cop, or stole something, and the cops came, looked for it, and apparently found evidence for the double homicide. They arrested him at the CVS, and they have known him for a while. Kagan Klein, they say Kagan Klein ratted him out as a second user on Anthony Schaaf's account. As a family friend, a local attorney, told us that Richard voluntarily checked himself in the local mental institute for 30 days. And another weird, this case going pretty deep. I think there was more than just him involved. I don't know. This is my gut feeling, but another strange twist. His daughter, the Richard one that got arrested, went and had her senior pictures taken on the Monon Bridge, and she looked eerily like one of the girls. So,
I mean, I can reflect back, that they never divulged, how the girls were murdered. Were they stabbed or strangled or nothing like that. They did say covered in blood, but I mean, a lot of things they kept away from the public. Something.
Yes, they did.
We probably don't want to know some things, but I don't recall ever hearing that the individual, whoever it was, had taken some sort of a memento. I'm curious as to what was that.
Yeah, me too. Well, from my supervisor, he was friends with one of the volunteer firemen in Delphi during the search. And he said those girls were in pretty bad shape. I ain't going to go into no details, but it must have been pretty gruesome. So this seems to me like there was more than one involved. I don't know, but as more information, if I get more information, since I'm a local guy, I get quite a bit of other information that, regular public probably wouldn't get a hold of. And with them teenagers in school, they're going to start digging up. They're better at the computer than I am, so she'll keep me updated. But yeah, it's a bad deal. But at least they got him. Hope he's the guy. In America, you're guilty until proven innocent.
Right, innocent until proven guilty. Yeah. Yeah. Well, unless you're Donald Trump.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So should we start stocking up on some food in case the diesel runs out?
I don't have an overabundance. I'm not a big, like a prepper, but I have gone to that. I think it's the Four Patriots website, and I've ordered some of those kits, like a 30-day supply, and we always keep plenty of canned goods in the pantry, things like that. So,
Yeah, I got under today. They're kind of expensive, I thought, but like for one person for 30 days, it was like 300 some bucks. So I said, we can go to the store and do better than that.
well,
yeah,
I
you're
guess
probably right.
the only difference is your canned goods are good for 2, 3, 4 years, whatever. I mean, this stuff is like what 25 years. The freeze dried, 25 years shelf life. So. I think that's the difference there. You can put it under the counter and be good to go. 5 years, 10 years from now, right? All right. Grasshopper, fascinating, very interesting. Thank you so much for the update there. The Delphi murder case. Wow. Scooter checks in via email. By the way, email steve@hotshotsecret.com. Steve, expect gas prices in your area to spike today or tomorrow. It jumped almost 50 cents today north of Dayton. Now, over the years, I've noticed it goes up about a day ahead up here than for the areas south of Dayton. But a 50-cent jump, that's a big jump. All right, thanks for the heads up. Scooter, have a good morning. 23 past the hour. And it's 844-844-3388. Bill finally gave me an update here. We mentioned at the start of the program, he'd been sitting there on Interstate 24 in Tennessee for hours. Interstate 24 by the Clarksville, Tennessee, is now reopened once again. So, yeah, they had some sort of a shooting along the interstate there. Hello to Gilligan. Morning, Steve, and all the listeners. 60 degrees, a damp night in Greensboro, North Carolina. The rain has finally stopped, but still dampness in the air. Everybody keep it shiny side up there. Let's see. Soma says, I'm kind of doubtful that more than one perpetrator was involved in the Delphi, Indiana case. Police have always said they were looking for one man. That is true. I guess, eventually, maybe as they say, the rest of the story will be coming out. What a case. What do you say, brain dead?
Yeah, I totally forgot about that. And just, wow, that brings back some memories. But
yep.
I guess you heard the Powerball roll for Wednesday night, $1.2 billion, Steve.
I had not seen the update. I checked the numbers, and I said, well, I wasn't the winner, and it said the results were pending, so no winner, huh?
No. Generally, if you have the first number and one of the Powerball numbers, you're not going to have a winner. Not only that, but you had, 13 and 19, but then you had 30, what was the other two?
36, 39, 59. But the 13 came up twice, in the white ball and the Powerball.
Yeah, with those two sets of numbers together, generally you don't have a winner. But I tell you, I found a neat site me and old Dingbat been playing with. It's called After Lotto. You go in there, you type in you put in there your state, what the jackpot amount is, and it'll tell you exactly what you're taking home minus taxes, fees, shipping and handling, and security charges.
Okay.
Neat little website. But you had somebody chime in earlier about a trucker strike in it was Cisco up in Boston.
Well, he said something about he saw something on the internet about a trucker strike starting today or tomorrow, and I said the only thing I've heard anything about a strike was up there in the Northeast. I think it was Cisco.
Yeah, Cisco. I don't know if it's just Boston or if it's all in the Northeast, but they've been trying to get a contract set for a good month or so, I guess. I don't know. I haven't really paid any attention. I'm more worried about what we're going through down here than them, but no offense. But but by the way, Steve, did you get to party over for Eskimo Mom's Monster Bash over the weekend?
I did not make it to the Monster Mash. No, I did not.
Oh, buddy, you missed a good one. See, Eskimo Mom dressed up as a TA Petro waitress at the truck stop restaurant.
Yeah.
Oh, Dingbat dressed up fingerless gloves and the flip-flops, so she was a steering wheel holder. And, of course, I dressed up as the greatest teamster ever, Jimmy Hoffa. And old Gilligan over there now, Gilligan dressed up as Gilligan from Gilligan's Island, but he identified as Mary Ann. That's a scary part right there in itself. And Blind Man, hey, you know what? Blind Man had the best costume of all. He was a DOT officer. He kept trying to pull Dingbat over for having the headlight out.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah, it got even worse. You know, what's his name? Big Sexy. He dressed up as an Arkansas fan, but he identified as a Tennessee Volunteer fan. But, oh, yeah, I forgot. Heatwave made it in, too. Heatwave came as a legal alien with the MasterCard.
That's great.
But, all in all, Steve, it was a great weekend. We hope you had a good one, too, Steve.
It sounded like you've been doing some cheering. Was you screaming for Tennessee or what?
No, my allergies have been kicking up. You know, it's just that time of the year. You know, I wish Mother Nature would make up her daggum mind. You know, either keep it comfortable and warm, or let's all have a nice, good snowball fight. Because Merry Christmas, Steve. It's getting to be Christmas already.
Ho, ho, ho. All right. Have a good morning there. Good to hear from you, Brain Dead. Thanks for checking in. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marissa reporting. The man who reportedly clubbed House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband in the head with a hammer, shouting, "Where is Nancy?" after forcing his way into the couple's San Francisco home, faced charges of attempted murder and other felonies. The death toll from a suspension bridge collapse in India rose to 134, with many of the victims children, as authorities opened a criminal case into one of the deadliest accidents in the country in the past 10 years. The bridge was built under British colonial rule and reopened only last week after repairs. The Supreme Court is set to hear arguments in two major cases involving Harvard University and the University of North Carolina that could imperil decades-old affirmative action policies that factor race into student admissions to boost Black and Hispanic enrollment on American campuses. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com.
The 1878 to 1921 Morgan silver dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It's been 100 years since the last Morgan silver dollar coin was struck for circulation. And now, for a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan silver dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks. Guaranteed. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan silver dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25, free with every order. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure your full pound bag of Morgan silver dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-473-1745. That's 1-800-473-1745.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
vehicles.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Oh my, what would it be? Halloween night in Chicago without violence, right? At least 14 injured, including several children, in a mass shooting. Chicago's West Side, Halloween night. Chicago police confirming that it happened in an area of South California Avenue and West Polk Street, if you're familiar with Chicago. Police said in a press conference, among those injured was a 3-year-old, an 11-year-old, and a 13-year-old. The rest of the shooting victims were adults. In addition to the victims injured in the shooting, authorities said one was also hit by a car. Didn't provide any further information about the person hit by a car, but Chicago Police Superintendent Dave Brown said camera video showed at least one car, and they believe 2 shooters opened fire on a crowd standing at the intersection for a vigil, no less. They said the drive-by attack lasted only 3 seconds, and the shooters fired randomly into the crowd. No suspects have been arrested. Motive at this point unclear. So far, police say no deaths reported, but only said the victims are in various condition. One bystander tells Fox Chicago that he started helping injured people. There weren't enough emergency vehicles there to accommodate one of the injured children. We picked up another little girl about 13, brought her to that ambulance, but the ambulance driver said, no, we can't bring her in yet because you have people that are in worse condition. So we actually had to sit her on the bumper. Wow. All right, Chicago. Violence, Halloween night. All right. On a more positive note, well, seeing as there was not a winner in the Powerball, I thought for sure that this time around they'd find one. Because when the numbers get that big, the number of tickets bought, it's almost enough to cover every random possibility, but obviously they don't all come up. Numerous people sometimes get the same number or numbers. I guess we could share with you. I wasn't going to bother with this one because I figured there would have already been a winner. But now, I guess next drawing will be Wednesday night at $1.2 billion. How to boost your chances of winning the Powerball. Now, last evening it was $1 billion. The odds being 292 million to 1. But that doesn't stop anyone with $2 and a dream from playing. Analyzing years of data from lottery sites, casino review portal, bonus finder, has come up with the most commonly drawn and most popular numbers out of the total of 69 main numbers and then the 26 Powerball numbers, the most commonly known numbers to choose from. The 5 most commonly drawn numbers are 61, 32, 21, 63, and 69. The most popular Powerball number comes up more often than any other is the number 24. Now, they suggest anyone playing the lottery try the numbers that have statistically come up the fewest times. Not the most common. The fewest times are numbers 34, 26, and looky there, 13, which oddly enough came up in the white ball and the Powerball this past evening. Not a common number. There's a 4-way tie, 46, 35, 24, and 4. The least popular Powerball number is the number 23. Anyway, in the state of Indiana, the Hoosier State, believe it or not, is where the greatest number of people have won Powerball jackpots. To date, they've had a total of 39 winners. So Indiana at number 1, Missouri at number 2. They've had 31. There's Minnesota with 22 winners. Right there next door in Wisconsin, 19 winners. Tied with Pennsylvania. 19 winners in Pennsylvania as well. Top 5 states for the Powerball. Of course, there are states where no one has ever won the Powerball, including Maine, Mississippi, North Dakota, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and Wyoming. Arkansas, Vermont, Virginia, and Washington have only won the Powerball one time over the years. And maybe jump over the Indiana state line to buy your Powerball tickets for Wednesday's drawing. Good morning, Scarecrow. How we doing?
Steve, how about them grandkids of yours? Did they score enough to the point where it'll keep them on that high and wound up for the next week to come?
Undoubtedly, yes, they did. Lots of sugar.
Oh, yeah, there's a big fist pump for you. Speaking of lottery there, and I'm sure Pappy's listening here, so we came to an understanding last night, Steve, that should one of us win, tonight now, there'd probably be $1 million in it or so for the other person, which, yeah, that was fine. Now, I think he had a premonition before tonight's drawing that he probably was not going to win.
Yeah.
But he was pretty certain. He had this inkling that I had some 13s on my slip, Well, I haven't even looked at my numbers yet, so I can't even speculate on that. But now I told him I was rather reluctant to cut him a check for $1 million, right now. But I'd feel a little better about waiting until that it's confirmed, But so he thought, well, maybe if I just send a blank check his way, that'd probably satisfy the transaction for the moment here. But now this is a whole game changer when we find out that neither of us have won tonight. So we'll have to maybe renegotiate for Wednesday's drawing there. Yeah, the details on that double homicide of those two little girls there and whatnot. There was just a little something on our evening news last night. I hadn't paid a close attention to it, so and there's going to be a lot of people that are intrigued, by the details on just how they managed to figure out what transpired and whatnot. But I know I'm certainly curious, to say the least here. Let's see. They're talking $100 crude oil again, to maybe 120.
Yes, sir.
Coming up. What was that magic number that the administration came up for replenishing the strategic reserve?
Oh,
was it like about
72.
72.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. My wondering is, will we ever even see $70 crude again in our lifetime? It's going the wrong direction there right now. No, it's I think that's a pipe dream that they're ever going to hit that number to trigger purchasing and replenishing the reserve there. I don't see that happening, period. So either way, that's something else to think about and ponder or whatnot. Well, yeah, pretty slow on my end here tonight too. I did just get a message from my supervisor, a new shipping policy where I go down to load. Apparently there was an injury, if not a fatality, not necessarily in Milwaukee, but in the system in the last 24 hours. So now we as drivers are not allowed to be near the freight that goes on our trailer, not to help position it or whatnot. Apparently the loaders know more about securing and positioning freight than the drivers that actually have to, tie it down and transport it and whatnot. So yeah, I'm kind of thinking there's going to be a whole lot of head bumping and second opinions on this whole thing. And beyond that, no, I just kind of scraped a couple things together. It sounded like it was kind of a challenge getting anybody to ring your bell this morning. So, yeah, that's kind of what I got for the moment here. But,
oddly enough, I mean, Monday morning, we did pretty darn good. I actually had full lines at one point yesterday morning, about 3 a.m. It was...
Yeah, I remember you thinking, you actually mentioned that it was surprising that at least the first half there, you didn't have any trouble, filling the airwaves, and even towards the end there, there's a waiting list or whatnot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's certainly not a status quo standard issue program anymore. It kind of keeps everybody on their edge, so to speak, wondering what's going to transpire here and all. So no, like I say, that's kind of what I had to lay at you right now. We actually at home we don't even bother setting treats out for the kids anymore or whatnot. That I think the last time we did have the light on, we had maybe 2 individuals, and I think they were just nieces or whatever, and many years ago. But so no, it's trick or treating has changed in our area. There aren't any true youngsters anymore or whatnot. So, but gives me a little more nap time that way. See?
I hear you. Yeah, I was pretty surprised by the number we had this past evening. I just, we had this big bucket of candy. You know, the princess had bought candy and then little pretzel packs. And I thought, well, we'll never get rid of all this. So I was kind of given like a handful, half dozen per bag. Then I saw the crowd kept coming and coming. I had to start slowing. I about ran her out of candy.
Oh yeah, shucks. When we'd take the boys to the town to see the aunts and uncles and grandparents and whatnot. Well, we'd just leave a bowl out on the entry with a note, treat yourself on the honor system, and which worked well for a few years. But then the last year, that entire dish was empty when we came home, and we know darned well that somebody had a major score. I think that was probably the last time we even did that. But yeah, I could recall 2 times when you'd grab by the fistful just because you didn't want all them leftovers left in the house,
Yep.
And whatnot. But we'll cut you loose there, Steve. Maybe we'll scrape and scratch for something else for later on here.
All right. Well, have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. There was 1 year, a few years back. It was getting close to the end of the trick or treat time, like 6 to 8 p.m. is technically. So maybe it was 7:45, and there was still a decent amount of candy in the bowl. But we had all gone in the house, left the bowl out there on the table, and not only did some individual take all the candy, they took the damn bowl, and all the candy and the bowl. Hope they enjoyed that. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, just got a message from Florida Steve. Email. Let's see, they're in Florida. I-4 eastbound, just east of Highway 301. Tampa, all lanes closed. I guess that's like he said at the 74 I-4 split. All right, in Florida, 75 I-4 split. Got a big truck on its side. Eastbound. So shut down. Hey, there's going to be some additional truck parking coming to the Dayton, Ohio vicinity. Yeah, a busy interchange on I-70 in Dayton. May soon see not one, but 2 new truck stops at the same time. Just a few months ago, Yeah, land at Ohio 235 and Center Point 70 Boulevard, Huber Heights, outside of Dayton, was approved to accommodate a fueling station, truck stop, and repair shop. Well, now a second developer has proposed a second truck stop and repair facility just a few hundred yards away. Yeah, the second truck stop would be built on a 3-acre property at Technology Boulevard and Arts Road. The newly proposed truck stop would boast a 4,500 square foot building, and just 12 semi-truck parking spaces, an 843 square foot semi-truck repair shop. The landowner feels there's the need for support services for over-the-road truckers who've maximized their legal driving time and need to rest. Now, while the facility may include restrooms and showers for drivers, details haven't really been finalized. The other proposed truck stop will include 2 buildings, one 6,700 square foot building with a convenience store and restaurant, a second 6,600 square foot building with a diesel truck repair facility. The comprehensive plan indicates that this area is both a gateway into the city and a growth area where we want to see businesses grow, thrive, and develop, according to the city planner. There you go. Maybe not 1, but 2 truck stop locations there in the Dayton area. Good morning, Heat Wave.
Hey, morning. I think I about pulled an eagle there. Good night. Oh, so everyone got the great sugar high for the night?
Yeah, I've had a few pieces of candy. I got me some Whoppers, some Reese Cups, and some peppermint patties over here.
That goes good with a Skull Buster, don't it? It just really sweetens it up.
Yeah, boy.
I had shared a video that my brother has of his little girl, Gia. She, I guess they were talking about, I think I was talking about it here earlier last month, and they're trying to figure out if she ought to go as a skeleton or if she ought to go as an elephant. And I guess they couldn't find any elephant suits, so they got her a baby shark suit that was yellow.
Oh, boy.
And she was dancing up a storm, clapping her hands. The cute little thing. I tell you what, she is going to be a heartbreaker when she gets older. I told my brother Jeremy, I said, you got a shotgun, I got a shotgun. We'll go ahead and we'll stand guard, make sure those little wolves don't come after her. Good night. Well, what else has been going on? Well, I hadn't seen any shenanigans out here on the highways here in Arizona and New Mexico, so that was good. You know, 'cause sometimes someone gets a wild hair up their hind end and they think it's funny to drop some debris off the bridges, especially during Halloween.
Yeah.
I'm glad I hadn't seen that. I got gonna be taking tomorrow night or later on tonight, tomorrow night off. I've got doctor appointments and a DOT physical. Yay. I'm really looking forward to that. So, other than that, yeah, not a whole lot happening out here. I heard you calling out saying phone lines are open. I figured I'd get on before I check out because I'm going to hit the hay here pretty soon. But did you hear about the 4 fonts that were walking into a bar?
The 4 fonts. I can't say that I did.
Yeah, the bartender said, sorry, we don't serve your type. Ba-dum, boom.
There you go, 4 fonts. I got you. Well, happy Halloween. It's still technically Halloween there, yeah.
Yeah, for another 5 minutes, and then it's November 1st. So, well, I'm going to let you go with that. You have yourself a good night, senor. We will holler at y'all later.
Thanks for checking in there. Albuquerque, New Mexico, at the Hacienda, as he likes to call it. Yeah, and I forgot to even mention that. Yeah, we've it's first day of November. November 1 of 2022. And yes, that means Election Day, 1 week from today. I had another industry headline we'll delve more into in the next hour, but having a conversation with horse feathers about they've got this whole medical examiner handbook and the medical review board, and the medical examiner handbook makes recommendations. They are not law, they are not requirements, they are recommendations. But apparently there's way too many of these certified medical examiners out there in the trucking world that try to use the medical examiner handbook recommendations as the law or requirements. I guess here, most recently, they just released the latest draft of the Medical Examiner Handbook. And according to OOIDA, there are critical shortcomings that make it unfit for publication, they say. This thing isn't even fit to be put on paper, according to their recent comments. Tell you more, as I said, coming up next hour here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. The VA has some new funding for vets needing housing.
The Veterans Affairs Department has announced 3 grants to help veterans who are homeless or are at risk of losing their homes. The grants are for the federal budget year that starts October 1st, 2023. The Supportive Services for Veteran Families programs will be awarded to eligible organizations in all 50 states, the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Virgin Islands. For the USA Radio News Los Angeles Bureau, I'm Ellie Andrews.
New data has been released by We Count and the nonprofit Society of Family Planning on the decline in abortions since the June Supreme Court decision on Dobbs, which reversed Roe v. Wade and left legal access up to individual states. Dr. Jennifer Ashton clarified on the weekly Sunday program this week what those numbers do not reflect are the women who are forced to get abortions illegally, and therefore it could be skewed. Ashton saying there are now more hurdles for safe access.
When people hear those numbers, to understand that when this decision came out, all it did was put a stop in many states in the country to safe and legal abortion. It's not putting a stop to all abortions. So those numbers are legal reported numbers.
Inflation may be hurting folks making contributions to their retirement.
A lot of Americans have either reduced or stopped contributions to their retirement due to inflation. That's according to a new report from Allianz Life Insurance Company, which puts the number at 54%. Meantime, 43% have taken money from a retirement account to make ends meet. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
You know, if you feel like you're stuck with a healthcare plan that isn't affordable or you simply just don't like how it works, well, right now, during open enrollment is a perfect time to switch to MediShare. The typical family saves $500 a month when they join MediShare, and what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the customer satisfaction rate compared to the industry. That's double. And MediShare is the most trusted name in healthcare sharing. It's been around for 30 years. It's shared more than $4 billion in healthcare bills. And here's why now is the perfect time to make the switch. If you join MediShare Complete by January 1st, they will waive your new member fees and you'll save an additional 10% off your first year. That's right. No fee to join, 10% off every month for all of next year. But again, it's a limited time offer. So yeah, you're not stuck. You've got a great option. Call now. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
With just 9 days until the midterm elections, a recent CBS News poll says Republicans are projected to take control of the House. That party is also doing better with voters who say things in the U.S. are out of control. Democratic candidate for North Carolina Senator Cherry Beasley says she will address financial concerns from state voters and decrease inflation.
And in the greatest country in the world, folks should not have to make choices around buying groceries or school supplies or high-priced medication. And Congress really can fix this. I mean, we know that the greatest factor really is the supply chain.
Beasley was on CNN State of the Union. Key issues for voters in this election include inflation, the strong economy, and abortion. Tens of millions of Americans are expected to vote before Election Day on November the 8th. Millions have already cast their ballot. It's old news, but the water crisis is still ongoing in Jackson, Mississippi.
Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves has extended the state of emergency over the water crisis in the capital city of Jackson. Governor Reeves does blame Jackson mayor for the city's water crisis.
What we have proven over the last 52 days is the water struggles in Jackson were specific to the incompetence of this administration and this mayor.
For the USA Radio News Los Angeles Bureau, I'm Ellie Andrews.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
The buy one, get one free special going on now at MyPillow. MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, the roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and 6-piece towel sets on special. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find out all the great deals you can get right now at MyPillow. mypillow.com/USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
return again. Back at it. We'll pick up on the Medical Examiner Handbook. We're here in the news break there talking about, I'll be glad when this election is over. Now, I realize it's not going to be the end of an election cycle because as soon as the midterms are over, then you already start looking ahead 2 years of campaigning for the next presidential election. Really, election season never seems to end. I mean, maybe a brief lull. But I'll be glad when it's over because we'll finally know. Are the polls worth anything? Which in recent years they really haven't been. And of course, all the prognostication. Republicans will take the House. Will Republicans take the Senate? Rick Scott of Florida, he's this past day saying he believes the Republicans will indeed take both. He said, quote, Republicans will have 52 plus Senate seats after the midterm elections, including victories in the battleground states of Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada, as well as other states. Now, Rick Scott is the chair of the National Republican Senatorial Committee. He says Herschel Walker will win in Georgia. We're going to keep all 24 of ours. Mehmet Oz is going to win against Fetterman in Pennsylvania. Adam Laxalt will win in Nevada. I guess he was on some of the Talking Head programs Sunday morning. State of the Union on CNN, no less. He also asserted wins for the Republican nominees, Don Bolduc in New Hampshire, Tiffany Smiley in Washington, Joe O'Dea in Colorado, even though they're actually trailing in the polls. The wins will come, he says. Democrats can't run on anything they've done, and Americans aren't happy with their party's performance as a result. They don't like high inflation. They don't like high gas prices. They don't like high food prices. And the public does not like an open border. They don't like high crime. That's what the Democrats have done. They've done all these things. They did it, and they want to run away from it. Anyway, the 538 model is suggesting Democrats have a 53% chance of keeping the Senate majority versus 47 for Republicans. Many poll numbers are starting to shift nationally, and the GOP is highly favored to win control of the House, if not both chambers. Now, he also appeared on ABC's This Week, and he said, as a result of high inflation, crime rates, the border situation, the Democrats are due for a rude awakening, as these policies are not what the American people want. Now, I did say while there are still disputes over Trump, several Republican candidates denying what happened, he said his goal is to make sure people feel comfortable that there are free and fair elections. What I tell everybody, if you want to make sure we have a fair, free election, is go vote. Be a poll watcher. I'm optimistic. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Jump back to the calls, see who we got online here. Who's on board?
Bruce.
Hello,
How
Bruce.
you doing, Steve?
Hey, what's happening?
Oh, just cruising up 77, doing my nightly thing up through here, going my way up to Akron now. I'm coming out of Charleston, West Virginia. So, hey, I wanted to talk to you about the Halloween. Now, I live in a town over in Eastern Ohio. It's got like 3,200 people in it. I gave out 1,500 pieces of candy tonight.
Wow.
Yeah, last night. It's unbelievable. Hell, I think there's like 332 kids in that school system. I've seen all of them plus. But it's unbelievable.
That's a lot of
Or
trick-or-treaters. Wow.
Yeah, 2 pieces apiece. 6 o'clock. Of course, I get my granddaughters and grandson. They got the most out of all of them. But
Mm-hmm. Now, do you do the mini bars or the full size or
the mini bars?
Yeah.
Good God, no! I couldn't afford the big bars.
I'm saying for that many of them. I mean, we have one neighbor that she has a table she sets out and she gets all the full size bars, and she lets each trick or treater pick two of your favorite, whatever you want. And there's a full. I'm curious how many candy bars she gave out.
Yeah, I imagine it was a nice little chunk.
Yeah, no doubt.
I remember when I was a kid, they never had the minis; they always had the full size bars.
Yeah.
But it was amazing. So, but no, trick or treat's probably about my favorite holiday out of the year.
Is that right?
Yep. Just because all the kids coming down the streets and stuff like that, their little costumes. So, but, it was a good time. That's about all I had for you.
All right. Well, happy Halloween. Hope you enjoyed. It's over for another year. Now you got to start thinking about when you're going to get your turkey and get ready for Christmas.
Yeah, already got my turkey. I won one up in American Legion there a couple weeks ago. So.
Well, I appreciate you checking in this morning, Bruce. Thank you so much.
Yep.
And happy Halloween. All right. Not even fit for publication. Critical shortcomings. Responding to the FMCSA's recent notice regarding the handbook's latest draft, OOIDA outlined ways to provide clarity and consistency so all qualified truckers can receive medical certifications. The handbook should acknowledge that certified medical examiners should not overrule your personal medical physician. The handbook should stress the importance of CMEs accepting the medical judgment of a driver's personal physician. Too often, the certified medical examiners ignore the personal physician's judgments and actually deny medical cards to drivers. Now, they said another way to improve the handbook is by making it clear that drivers can indeed seek a second opinion. It should specifically state a driver is entitled to a second opinion and that the certified medical examiner must acknowledge that fact if asked by the driver. From conversations with our members, we understand many examiners believe it's against the regulations for a driver to get a second opinion. Another common issue, they say, is when certified medical examiners treat the guidance as regulation. The updated medical examiner handbook has to differentiate between the actual regulations and what is just their guidance. While the updated handbook tries to better distinguish between the two, there are many sections, such as obstructive sleep apnea, that remain overly reliant on recommendations instead of the actual approved regulatory standards. We suggest several revisions to the 122-page handbook. Several of the suggestion revisions involve the sleep apnea section. The medical examiner handbook, they say, should not link to the 2016 Medical Review Board guidance on the certification of drivers with moderate to severe obstructive sleep apnea. This guidance will only empower medical examiners to continue forcing needless screenings on experienced drivers. Also, publishing the Medical Review Board guidance in the handbook would circumvent both legislative and regulatory policy implemented by Congress and the FMCSA. It was going back to August now when the FMCSA posted the notice regarding the draft of the latest handbook. They gave the public till September 30th to comment, then extended that deadline for another month. So that just ended day before yesterday. The goal of the updated handbook is to provide information about regulatory requirements and guidance for the medical examiners to consider. They cover topics like examination forms, physical qualifications for commercial drivers, the medical certification process, and on and on. So I guess comments closed out at the regulations.gov website yesterday for what it's worth, but not even worth the paper it's written on. 17 past the hour. See what's going on with the Donut Man this morning. How we been, Donut Man?
Pretty good. How about yourself, Steve?
Trying to stay out of trouble.
We just do the best we can at our age, right?
That's about it.
Yeah, so I guess going to have some more traffic up the street for me now. I guess you said they approved 2 truck stops right up the street from my house there, 235 and 70. That's about a mile up the road from my house. So I guess I'll have some more traffic to deal with, I guess.
A little more traffic, and, you have a place to stop off and get your cup of coffee.
Yeah, that too. We got about 3 or 4 there now, so but just trying to find a good one. That's a challenge.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I don't know if you.
It's kind of crazy along this corridor. I mean, you're right here through Cincinnati. There's not much as far as truck stop. You got to go down the Kentucky side. I got to get all the way down like toward Florence, and then north of Cincinnati, you don't have anything till about halfway or almost to Dayton.
Yeah, about 36 there at Franklin, I think, because they got rid of the one that used to be there to 29. Now there's a speedway there at 29. It's got like 2 or 3 fuel pumps, and that's about for trucks, and that's about it. Because they used to pick up when I delivered Kroger's when I was at my previous employer. When you pick up a heavy load like a Tropicana, places like that, there was no scales. To scale the load, you had to either go, like you said, we either had to go up to the 36 or down to Kentucky. I mean, just never made any sense. I'm like, as much freight that goes in and out of that area, you'd think there'd be more truck stops in that area. And same thing around right there by me. Well, they used to have the years ago, they used to have the Dayton truck stop there at the 36 there at Huber Heights, and then they closed it up, tore it down, and built a Target store. And then they took out Speedway there. Used to have truck pumps, and then I had a cat scale. And Huber Heights don't like trucks, so they said, well, if you want to remodel, you need to get rid of the truck pumps and the cat scale. I guess Speedway agreed to it. But I say that would be a good area to put a truck stop. I mean, there's nothing there. 675 and 70, there's all those big open fields right there. They're not really doing much with. Would be a good area to put one. They would make a fortune, but with regulations and everything else, and the people that live 5 miles away will say, "Not in my backyard." The old
every time
not in my backyard routine. Hey, did you happen to watch that NASCAR race on Sunday there at Martinsville?
No, I didn't watch the race, but I did. I've seen that highlight reel of that final lap a million times. That's unbelievable.
It didn't even look real, because I was watching it, and I was like, I'm sitting there like, I mean, it looked like a video game. The way he just flew around the wall was like, it looked like everybody else was sitting still, and somebody hit the fast forward button on his car. That's the craziest thing I ever seen, Steve. The best part of it was seeing Denny Hamlin sitting there with that look on his face. Oh, poor crybaby Denny didn't make it to the cut. Too bad. Better luck next time.
Now, Wheelchair Dave pointed out earlier that defied the laws of physics. That the one that was rubbing the wall was actually going faster.
Yeah.
But he just.
Yeah.
I wonder how many drivers in the future now will try something like that. I mean, I guess that was an awful risky move.
Yeah, that's the topic of discussion. A lot of guys, some guys are, hey, you got to do what you got to do to win. And other guys are like, oh, it's like you just said, how many guys are going to try this now at some of these short tracks and whatever? Because it's just like you said, it defies logic. How could something rubbing the wall be picking up speed and setting the track record when he's rubbing the wall?
Exactly.
Don't make no sense. You talked much about the situation there with Pelosi's husband there, Paul Pelosi there in San Francisco.
I haven't touched on it yet this morning, but I've got several updates here. Yeah, I get a little more.
And there's some things aren't just not adding up with that, Steve. I mean, they were real quick to come out and want to say, oh, it was a MAGA this and all the Republicans and political violence and all this yada, yada, yada. And then come to find out this guy's some kind of a nudist or hemp activist and lives in the most liberal and gayest part of San Francisco. The window, I saw pictures of the house. If the guy broke in, how come the glass was broken from the inside out, not the outside in?
Somebody else pointed that out. Yeah, that's interesting.
And they're both in their underwear at 2:00 in the morning. Something's not right here. I'm not a expert, any kind of expert or anything. Just something. There's a lot of strange coincidences there, but as corrupt as things are, the sad things, we'll probably never find out the whole truth. So it's just a weird set of circumstances with the whole thing. So. We do our church retreat. We do ours and where I live out on Saturday. They always do it like the Saturday before Halloween.
Okay.
We had a pretty good turnout. I think I ran out of candy about 10 minutes till 8. It would kind of go in spurts. It always starts out slow, then it'll kind of pick up a little bit. Then it kind of, you think it's going to die down and pretty well done, and all of a sudden it's like a second wind shows up. We had a pretty good bit. I think we had we went through about 10 bags of candy. Not those big
Yeah, right.
Just like a bag each of the fun, the fun size ones. Like one was Snickers and one was Twix, and try to have a variety and always have stuff there, like gummy bears and stuff. So if a kid has a food allergy or something, you have something there for them too, and try to cater to everybody. And it's usually a pretty good time around our neighborhood. It's quiet. A lot of kids show up, and that's always kind of neat seeing some of the little kids in their costumes and stuff, and remembering look at the costumes. Like, well, remember we were growing up, Steve. We had those plastic masks you couldn't see out of. It had that little thin rubber band trying to hold it in place. If you made it through the 2 hours of trick or treating, you were lucky. If the mask held up, if it did. They've come a long way, and price-wise too, the costumes have gotten a little pricey too. Of course, the daughter, she wanted to dress up to hand out candy, and everything she was looking at was like $50
or more,
$60. I'm like, no, you're not spending $50, $60 just to sit there and hand out candy.
To wear a costume for 2 hours. Yeah.
Then her and the wife ended up doing something else, so I got stuck at home handing out candy again. But that was fun, though, seeing the little kids and just seeing kids enjoying their childhood for a change and just forgetting about things for a couple hours and getting some candy. Then they get their sugar rush and drive the parents nuts for the next couple days. But grandkids have fun with their trick or treat.
They had a blast. Yes, they did.
Oh, that's good. I can't believe how fast they're growing up, Steve. It just doesn't seem like it's possible. I see your grandkids growing up, and hell, my oldest grandkids just turned 15 this year. So it's I'm not old enough for this, Steve.
I know what you mean. You blink your eye. It's like I was thinking yesterday, Rowan's 10 years old now, going on 11. I say, I blink my eyes and he's going to be 20.
I remember him at the truck show, Steve. The beautiful trucks. I was like, that doesn't seem like it's that long ago. He's already that. You've seen his pictures of him in his football uniform. It looks like he's already just about ready for college.
He's
like,
a big
that's
boy.
A big old boy.
I think he weighs in. 10 years old, weighs in like 170. And hell, he's as tall as his mom. He's tall as his mom. Nearly as tall as me. All right, let me see. About a minute from news update. Yeah, there was a bit of new info that came out this past day. First of all, in that whole Nancy Pelosi's husband attack thing, the attacker was actually in the country illegally. First of all, shouldn't have been here. Grew up in British Columbia before leaving Canada about 20 years ago to pursue a relationship that brought him to California. Apparently, he actually came in, he had a visa when he came in, but he's what they call a long-time overstay. Arrived in the U.S. by legal means, but did not leave when his visa expired. Yeah, what else did we learn? Oh, yeah, this is the fascinating part. They're saying he wasn't there. He was not at the Pelosi residence, really, to get a hold of Paul Pelosi. He was there for Nancy. He's looking for Nancy. And, of course, all the early reports said he was saying, "Where's Nancy? Where's Nancy?" And I guess he's now admitted that, yes, he wanted to take her hostage and break her kneecaps. Wanted to bust her up. Now, he has been charged, 2 charges against DePape this past day. We'll give you more on that coming up here. First, we got to get our news break in, and plenty of room for you on a Tuesday morning. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. The man who reportedly clubbed House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband in the head with a hammer, shouting, "Where is Nancy?" after forcing his way into the couple's San Francisco home, faced charges of attempted murder and other felonies. The death toll from a suspension bridge collapse in India rose to 134, with many of the victims children, as authorities opened a criminal case into one of the deadliest accidents in the country in the past 10 years. The bridge was built under British colonial rule and reopened only last week after repairs. The Supreme Court is set to hear arguments in 2 major cases involving Harvard University and the University of North Carolina that could imperil decades-old affirmative action policies that factor race into student admissions to boost Black and Hispanic enrollment on American campuses. This is USA Radio News.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in taxes, please listen to this important message. The IRS is aggressively hiring and quickly ramping up their tax collection team. Act now and protect yourself with a call to Tax Alliance. Don't let the money you owe the IRS keep you up at night and ruin your life. You may be surprised at how much having Tax Alliance on your side can protect you from the IRS collections and help you save thousands on what you owe. Here's what a customer had to say.
Tax Alliance did an amazing job helping me through a quite difficult situation, saving me tens and thousands of dollars that I would have been paying for many years to come.
Tax Alliance is rated A+ with a Better Business Bureau with no consumer complaints. If you owe the IRS at least $10,000 or more in back taxes, have unfiled returns, or have a payment plan and are still frustrated, call Tax Alliance now for a free consultation. 800-987-1097. 800-987-1097. That's 800-987-1097.
Tax Alliance, your tax resolution solution.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. But let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So I'm looking at a photograph of, there's a house in West Virginia that they call it the Pumpkin House. Is it Canova, West Virginia? They've got all these, the carved jack-o'-lanterns. I believe they had somewhere in the vicinity of 500 all out on display in the yard, on the deck, on the roof, and they're all lit up. Quite the fascinating sight. How many people does it take? There's a number of carvers, but these are really super duper. Not just your standard old triangle eyes in the mouth. Now these are really cool carved pumpkins at the Pumpkin House for Halloween. Great photograph from this past evening. How about that? A lot of work goes into carving those pumpkins. Anyway, back to the Paul Pelosi attacker who wanted to bust Nancy's kneecaps, according to the report. Wanted to take her hostage and break her kneecaps. Now charged federally with influencing, impeding, or retaliating against a federal official by threatening or injuring a family member. Also faces one count of attempted kidnapping of a United States official on account of the performance of official duties. The announcement of the federal charges, as San Francisco's district attorney is set to announce the state criminal charges as well. He arrested Friday. Of course, we know the background there. Every story has to give you the whole details, like nobody knows what's going on. At the time the suspect entered the Pelosi home, he was, in fact, looking for Nancy, according to the district attorney. She also rejected some of these conspiracy theories about the attack, confirming the assailant was indeed targeting the Democrat leader, Nancy Pelosi, when he broke into the home. The other thing is we want to make clear there was only 2 people in the home at the time police arrived, Mr. Pelosi and the suspect. There was not a third person in the home, which there had been, I guess, a number of varying accounts suggesting someone else answered the door that evening. Plus, we have no information, nothing to suggest that these 2 individuals knew each other prior to this incident. So, little bit of new information this past day, I guess, trying to clear up and debunk some of the conspiracy theories that had been going around. All right, it's 844-3388. Lines available. Philip's on board. Hello, Philip.
Hey, buddy. How you doing? Happy post-Halloween. Everything going okay?
Doing well. How was your Halloween? Did you get a lot of trick-or-treaters at your place, or do you sleep through it all?
I slept through it all.
Okay.
My wife took care of that.
Gotcha.
Yeah, my wife took care of that. My Lisa, which, speaking of Lisa, we got a hurricane down there now. You know that one, right?
I knew it was a tropical storm, and then is it ramped up to hurricane status now?
Yeah, it's gonna go to hurricane before it makes landfall down there.
Okay, yeah. It's
So
heading for Central America, right? Is it going to be Belize, Nicaragua, something like that, I think?
yeah, it looks like it's gonna go across Nicaragua, but they don't know exactly which way it's gonna go because they're thinking it might get pulled up, so then it might go up into Mexico. They don't know yet.
Okay.
The models are kind of out to lunch with it. We've got a high over us right now that's holding it down and making it go west. But after that high goes across, then it might come up. So we'll see how it plays out. Were you having any problems with your phones yesterday, Steve?
You mean like during the program, or?
Yeah, I tried calling in. When I called in yesterday morning, I tried calling in 6 times. I'd get hooked up, and then it would disconnect me.
Really?
And that happened like 6 times. And then at the end of it, I had to get off because I was right at work, and I had to go into work. But yeah, I don't know if it was my on the end down here with the cell towers, or if it was on that end up there with your out.
I could have swore I looked up several times, and I thought it was your number on the screen. It didn't say Philip, of course, because sometimes it does. It does tonight, but I noticed you kept dropping off, so it wasn't.
I don't know. I don't know if it was me or if it was your phone, but
okay,
it is what it is. No worries. Well, today is the day for the Falcon Heavy. 9:40 this morning, so we'll see how that goes off. That's going to be a good shot. I saw NASA has got a special package that you can buy to go over and watch it, Steve. It's like $250 to watch the rocket come back. They take you over, you get catered meal and everything. Do you think that's a good deal?
How much is it? $250?
$250 a person. You get you're 3 miles away from the rocket taking off.
Okay.
You're basically at this. You remember when your buddy came down here?
Yes.
One of your fellow broadcasters
Tom
and wanted to watch one of the shots.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same area that he went into, and it has a catered dinner and catered lunch, I should say. Catered lunch. You get a shirt. You get all kinds of stuff besides the rocket launch. Besides seeing the launch. I saw it online. It was $250 a person. So I don't know if I'd want to go pay that much, but it said that they had a 30-day window on it to where if the rocket got canceled, you could come back within 30 days and see it again.
Okay.
So that was interesting. I know. And $250, that better be a good lunch for that kind of money. So,
I'm saying, yeah, because I'll just stay 5 miles away and watch it for free, right?
Yeah. You guys were talking about truck stops earlier. Orlando down here, as much freight comes into Orlando, and Orlando, if anything's really going out of Florida, it's coming out of Orlando, Miami, or Tampa. But Orlando, there's only one truck stop that's in the middle of Orlando on Orange Blossom Trail. Other than that, you've got to drive out away from Orlando to go to a truck stop. And if you're going north, you're not going to get, you're going to be a long time before you get to a truck stop. If you go south, you're going to be going down there close to Lakeland, and that's it. I mean, there's not a lot of truck stops around the major cities down here either. I don't know if it's like that up in Cincinnati. I mean, I heard y'all talking a little bit about it there.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know what it is with truck stops around these areas. I guess they'd rather put houses on these places than to put a truck stop there, even though we're going to need truck stops. Even if they do eventually, I don't think it's going to happen right now, but if this thing ever goes electric, you're going to need a truck stop. And truck stops are never going to go away as long as they're out here, as long as you got somebody driving that truck. So, but we'll see how that plays out. And how do you think today is the first day of no gas tax down here? Well, it's actually, we do have gas tax now down here in Florida. We got 26 more cents added onto our fuel. Did you guys have a tax holiday up there?
We never had a tax holiday. Now, someone mentioned last evening down there that they said that the price had dropped like 20 cents the previous day, and he said, no, I wonder, is it going to drop 26 cents, or is it going to go up 36 cents today? Or
the day before yesterday, I bought fuel for this car, and it was $2.82 a gallon what I paid.
Wow.
Now our governor that did it for the month of October, he dropped the sales tax for the state of Florida. Now, they said that it would go up possibly 25 cents today, is what it's going to go up today. And the end of the holiday was yesterday on Halloween, and people were blowing up the gas stations yesterday afternoon. It was crazy. It was almost like a hurricane had come through. They were just blowing it up. And I know right now it's probably, if I add 25 cents onto it, it's going to be, what, 3 1/4?
Yeah.
So I don't think that's that bad to me. I mean, I've seen it a lot worse. It's been times it's been almost $4 for just regular gasoline down here. And that's not to mention the diesel, which I'm telling you what, I wouldn't be worried about the gas so much. I'm more worried about the diesel, because that's going to jack the price up of everything that you buy.
Correct.
And that's what people people really don't get the economics of it. I mean, it's like, sure, it saves tax for a month for the just the average person out here running around like me, but think about the long-term effects that's going to pay for the truck drivers out there and anything that uses kerosene. I mean, it isn't just the trucks, it's airplanes, certain ships. It's a transportation thing, and it's a lot of people don't understand that. They need to understand that it's going to happen. So even that Falcon Heavy that's going off today, that thing uses RP1, which that's a diesel-based, or not diesel, but a kerosene-based fuel. They just raised the price of their RP1 they're going to use in that rocket today. So, Elon had to pay more taxes. And did you hear what he did, Steve, last night?
As far as kind of like going in and firing the entire board, or what else?
Elon had a party last night somewhere overseas. I can't think of where it was at. I saw it on the news. But he rented out this one place, and he had this really huge Halloween party. You might want to look that up on your computer there.
Okay.
Had this big party, invited all these A-list stars and all this, and it was, it was like, that was his big thing. And by the way, what was the deal with him bringing the sink into Twitter? You tell me. What was the deal behind that?
All I know is he said, let that sink in. When he was entering, let it sink in. I guess the fact that I'm going to be the boss, let that sink in.
Oh, boy. Well, he said that, and then he came back and said that he isn't going to change every rule because he needs to make sure that, we're civil when we do when we are on Twitter. So isn't that in itself kind of control in a way, Steve? What do you think?
Yeah, in a way it is. Yeah, that's.
You know, I just think it's crazy that we live in a nation that we have free speech, but we really don't have free speech. You know, and when you've got to avoid things like what's happened with the show on YouTube and stuff, you know, you've got to do things like that. It's just ridiculous. And by the way, before I go, I got to mention it. Got the Hot Shot FR3 in the oil now, Steve. I done did the Stiction Eliminator. Now I'm on the FR3, and I got the put the gasoline treatment in there. So we did that when we did the oil change. And when I did the FR3, I got about 3 miles on my round town trips. So not the highway miles, but in city trip.
Not
That's all I
bad.
got, buddy.
All right. I think are you going to feel or hear the sonic booms this morning?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we sure will. With this guy here, 27 engines. It's going to be huge. It's the one that's in Texas. And did you see the picture that Heat Wave sent the other day of that one that took off from California?
That was astounding. Yeah, that was great.
He was in Albuquerque when he took that picture. I mean, that's just proof. And that picture that's a Falcon 9. You can tell those rockets when they take off. They have that. It's a plume. It kind of looks like a jellyfish, sort of. That was a Falcon 9 there, and I was just amazed that he caught it in Albuquerque.
Yeah,
that's a long ways from Vandenberg, California. So, but yeah, we're gonna feel it. It's gonna be cool. It probably hit us about 3 or 4 minutes after it takes off. By the time it gets over here to Orlando. So,
all right.
That's all I got today, buddy. You have a good one. Thank you.
I should still be up. I'll tune in, try to catch that launch. Let's see, from the Kennedy Space Center website. They just updated this here a few minutes ago. It's been more than 40 months since the last Falcon Heavy launch. Reserve your spot to see the mighty rocket take off. All right, for this launch, Falcon Heavy's 2 side boosters will land on Landing Zone 1 and Landing Zone 2 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. The core stage will actually be expended, let it burn up. But during the double landing, you'll be able to see the boosters descending back toward the landing zones, and you'll get the double sonic boom from their re-entry. So not one, but double sonic boom. All right, there's the deal he was talking about. How about that? Get as close to the launch pad as possible. From here, you'll see the rocket leave the pad, gain exclusive access to the Apollo Saturn V Center exhibits. Let's see, about 3.9 miles from the launch site, $250 plus tax. All right, bus transportation through the NASA gates to the Apollo Saturn V Center, real-time launch commentary from a space expert, your complimentary meal, complimentary premium souvenir, a commemorative launch card, badge, and lanyard, and a digital photo of your party from Astro Photos. There you go. So they'll start checking in 5:30 a.m., okay? Yeah, check in for Feel the Heat starts at 5:30 this morning. You board the bus at 6 a.m. Yeah, plan to arrive early because we're going to have lots of traffic. There you go. So that'll be coming up launch time later this morning. Got the Sex Maniac coming up here in just a moment. And then, of course, clear lines at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed, do that. We got plenty of lines, plenty of room for you. Sex Maniac is on board. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, Steve? I'm kind of curious. Didn't Pelosi have that big old 8-foot fence around her house?
I know they've got some kind of they got the security perimeter, and I would think there would be security alarms and all that kind of stuff. I did see in the report which said that unlike presidents and vice presidents, where they have like Secret Service protection and security, as well as the family members, Pelosi and Congress, they don't. They have Congress members have protection or security, but the family members don't. So I guess if she's in D.C., there's no security at the house there in California.
Oh, okay. I was wondering because she's got that big old fence and then supposed to have all that security around there. I just wondered how that old boy got through all that, you know, to get in that house to get to him. So he must have known she was at, well, he couldn't have known she was out of
I mean,
town,
that's the odd thing. I mean, I guess it shows some of the mental deficiencies of the criminal there. That you know that members of Congress spend a lot of their time in D.C. You'd think you'd check in advance whether they're actually in Washington or whether they're going to be home. If you're going to try to break in their blasted house.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, that kind of, I don't know. I was thinking about that. It kind of sounds a little, that story don't even sound right.
Yeah.
I think there's more to that picture, but it kind of sounds like something's a little staged or set up or something there. It don't even, the more I listen to that story, the worse it gets.
Yeah.
But look who it's coming from. But you ain't really heard Nancy have said much of anything about it right now. She's kind of being pretty quiet. So that's what I was kind of wondering. I was kind of curious. But how you been?
Hi, I'm hanging with them. Did you have a good Halloween? Or just another day for you? You out there working for a living, right?
Well, no. I basically did all our Halloween out at our church. We had it for the kids, It rained, but we had it inside, and give the kids candy, and then we had a small dinner, like hot dogs and cakes and stuff like that afterwards. But we basically did all ours out at the church there, you know.
Gotcha.
At the house tonight, I didn't see one kid walking down the street. I guess they thought it was kind of too nasty out because of the rain, and kind of live up on a hill there, and it's kind of hard to get to sometimes. So I don't think I'd want to walk up the hill either to get some candy. But
yeah,
I didn't even see a soul. And a buddy of mine stopped by and he said he only see about 20 kids out up there on the hill. He said, but it was kind of scarce. But I just thought, you know, what we did at our church was a lot safer than walking around in the neighborhood anymore. So, well, I was just wanting to, that always bugged me. I couldn't figure that out. Was a big old fence around her big old fancy home and stuff like that.
Right.
I just couldn't believe how that guy got in and around all that and then broke into the house. So
yeah.
I
Well,
guess
it's
that's something
good to hear from you, Sex Maniac. I appreciate you checking in. Tell everybody we said hello. And all right, we got plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. The San Francisco District Attorney says David DePape will be arraigned Tuesday morning on multiple charges in the home invasion and attempted murder of Paul Pelosi, the husband of Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who was not at home when the defendant allegedly smashed a rear window Friday morning to gain entry to the Pelosi residence, and then confronted Paul Pelosi, striking him with a hammer when police officers arrived on the scene. Paul Pelosi had more than one surgery this weekend to repair a fractured skull. An affidavit reveals that DePape intended to hold Nancy Pelosi hostage, telling investigators he wanted to talk to her, and if she lied, he was going to break her kneecaps. So she would then have to be wheeled into Congress, which would show other members of Congress there were consequences to actions. San Francisco District Attorney Brooke Jenkins at a press conference Monday afternoon.
The charges that we are filing today include attempted murder, residential burglary, assault with a deadly weapon, elder abuse, false imprisonment of an elder, as well as threats to a public official and their family.
Big changes are coming to Capitol Hill.
Ohio Republican Congressman Jim Jordan could become chairman of the House Judiciary Committee if Republicans win the majority in the next session of Congress beginning next year. He tells Fox News that investigating allegations of the Justice Department being politicized is a top priority for him.
We've had now over 14 FBI agents come to us asking for whistleblower status, talking about how political that place is. That has to change. Because if you have a political justice department, if you don't have equal treatment under the law, every single liberty we enjoy as Americans is in jeopardy.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
So, you wanted to be an over-the-road driver, eh? Well, the price of diesel fuel is spiking and expected to continue. This is due to diesel's molecular similarity to home heating oil and the advent of colder weather. Diesel's rising cost affecting even Americans who don't use it because the majority of 18-wheelers run the fuel, and the cost of carrying consumer goods will rise along with truckers' costs. Steve Kelly has been a long-haul driver for years, and he says his fuel costs have gone through the roof.
If you go coast to coast, like when I run the coast, I fuel 6 times, 3 on the way out and 3 on the way back. That's like $6,000 just in fuel.
Kelly went on to say what they pay out in a day.
We used to have $1,000 to get fuel every 24-hour period. They had to move that up to $1,500.
Major League World Series Game 3 has been postponed until Tuesday night because of rain in Philadelphia. ESPN's Tim Kirchin says the forecast is better for the rest of the week.
It's going to be a miserable night. The next 3 nights here are going to be beautiful. And Major League Baseball wants to play under the best conditions possible.
Because of the rain out, Kirchin says the whole schedule will be moved back a day.
There will be a travel day on Friday because Major League Baseball does not want a team arriving in Houston at 5 o'clock in the morning and playing a World Series game that night. So that would postpone the games 6 until Saturday, 7 on Sunday.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
I was 53, divorced, and ready to get back out there. I was unsure about dating sites, but I signed up for Silver Singles and quickly met Lily.
Mark and Lily rediscovered the romance they deserve on Silver Singles, the secure dating site for 50-plus singles who know what they want.
Lily's a lover of the great outdoors like me, and we instantly connected over it.
If you're like Mark and want to rediscover that feeling, sign up today at silversingles.com/chat. That's silversingles.com/chat.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well,
got you, Big Ed. Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We gonna hear from all our friends. We gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We gonna hear from all our friends. We gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Hey, guess what? It is the first day of November. 11/1 of 22. Halloween in the books. So we literally start counting down the days to Thanksgiving. Yeah, the holiday season, right? Here it comes. And of course, before that, we count down the days till Election Day, midterms, next Tuesday. Yeah, big day. It's going to be huge. I heard in the news break there, actually, talking about the diesel prices and pretty much exactly what Philip mentioned a few minutes ago. Like he said, my concern's not really the gas prices, it's the diesel prices. It's costing more to move everything, every product. That means the inflationary pressures are continuing. So it is almost like the perfect storm kind of coming together. We've already got the high diesel prices, people paying out the wazoo trying to fill their heating oil tanks as wintertime is knocking on the door. The barge traffic, the Mississippi River barge traffic continues to struggle. Looking at the report here, Cameron McWhirter reported over the weekend via the Wall Street Journal. The barge traffic it's just slowed to a grinding halt. The low water, lack of rain from the Ohio River Valley, the upper Mississippi. They said shipping prices on the river have skyrocketed in recent weeks. So there you go, and yet costing more to move the products. It's costing more on the truck, it's costing more on the barge, it's costing more on the trains. Back to the river, though. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers conducting emergency dredging at various points on the river to keep traffic moving as much as possible. The Coast Guard has imposed restrictions, of course, on how much load the barges can carry and how many barges the towboats can pull. And that's the forecast for the next several weeks isn't all that promising. Now, there is this big storm we were talking about earlier that's going to be moving through late this week and through the weekend. It's going to bring quite a bit of rainfall, much needed, to that Mississippi watershed region. So that may improve things in another few weeks, but of course, then they kind of go into the serious concerns of how low the water levels are. Limited drafts near some of the key export hubs, adding a further headache for shippers already contending with the delays and those skyrocketing prices. The depth of ships' drafts, the distance between the water line and the deepest point of the boat, are now limited to 41 feet upriver of the port of Baton Rouge, the nation's 8th largest by tonnage, down from 45 feet, a level at which vessels are encountering problems. As of Saturday morning, there were 4 waterway closures on the river, according to the Coast Guard. A queue of more than 2,700 barges and vessels waiting at points in Mississippi, Tennessee, and Kentucky. Friday, the Coast Guard said there were more than 1,800 barges and vessels stuck along the river because of the low water levels. One of the writers for Dow Jones reported Friday the ongoing delays have caused some exporters to delay orders until the water levels improve, making a dent in demand for grain exports. Meanwhile, Bloomberg reported Friday the uncertainty over whether the Ukraine's Black Sea grain export deal is going to be extended has gripped the agriculture markets. The current agreement expires in about a month, and they're trying to hammer out new terms and conditions. Meanwhile, the trains, all right, we didn't get the update on that last evening. I think I forgot to get back to the story. A strike, they tell us, is not imminent because the 2 unions that thus far have voted down their deals have agreed to retry negotiations. So they're going to talk more before they consider a walkout, but they face a November 19 deadline with one of those unions. It's November 1, folks. Now, 6 smaller unions have approved their deals. There are 4 others that are set to vote here sometime in the month of November, including the 2 biggest unions and the engineering conductors in those 2 unions. They have the most quality of life concerns. It is paramount these contracts now be ratified, as a rail shutdown would have, yes, a significant impact on the economy. Yes, more inflationary pressure. According to the business groups, you have more than 300 business groups around the country sending off a letter to the Biden administration. All right. Now, the American Trucking Association is among the groups calling on Congress to help resolve the ongoing labor negotiations. Warning of the dire consequences for the supply chain if a rail strike were to actually go in effect. Idling all 7,000 long-distance daily freight trains in the U.S. would require more than 460,000 additional long-haul trucks every day. It's not possible based on equipment availability. Now, they say the president's been watching the contract dispute closely. He's appointed a special board of arbitrators to try to help resolve it. Now it was back over the summer. But the White House has not said whether he will get personally involved again. All right. They go through all the demands, and we know it's all about the time off and things like that for the railroad workers. But, hey, what else can we pile on to the mix? Hey, how about an airline strike? It could happen. Well, with one airline, Delta, that would be, that's a big one. Pilots at Delta Airlines have voted to authorize a strike if negotiators cannot reach agreement on a new employment contract, according to the union this past day. The Airline Pilots Association, which represents nearly 15,000 pilots at the Atlanta-based carrier, said 99% of those who cast their ballots backed a strike authorization. Now, under U.S. law, Delta pilots cannot walk off the job until the National Mediation Board grants them permission. The board has to first decide that additional mediation efforts would not be productive, and offered the parties an opportunity to arbitrate. If either side declines, both parties enter a 30-day cooling-off period, which allows the pilots and the management to engage in self-help, a strike by the union or a lockout by the management. Now, that's kind of a lengthy process. It is a complex process. Makes it difficult for the airline workers to strike. The last pilot strike was at Spirit Airlines some 12 years ago. Anyway, Delta said the pilots are not on strike, and the vote will not affect their operations right now. It's just a vote to authorize a strike. They did say a significant progress has been made in the negotiations. There's just a few issues that we have left to resolve there. But the pilots union say the contract negotiations have dragged on for too long. It's time for the company to get serious at the bargaining table and invest in the Delta pilots. Delta pilots have been working without a new contract for nearly 3 years now, and their old contract became amendable in December of 2019. So, yeah, what else can we pile into the mix here? It is 844-844-3388. Good morning to the right-wing nut.
Yes, right wing nut. Yeah. Well, I guess there could be a possibility of UPS, ABF, and Yellow going on strike here in the next year or so. So we're piling it on. So you better wear your high water waders.
Now, what is that?
Get a little deep.
Was that the National Master Freight Agreement? Is that deal?
I don't know. I just drive a truck. I do what I'm told. But yeah, it could be. It could be. Well, I heard Heatwave's lame joke about fonts and what the flip is a font. Oh, well. Yeah, I got one here. To end off with a little joke of the day. Excuse me. Oh, I sure could use a good drink right about now. Oh boy, gets married and goes to Niagara Falls, and he comes back, and his friends are like, "Hey, what y'all do on your anniversary?" He says, "Well, I like to fish, so I did a lot of fishing." And the guy looks at him and says, "Well, didn't you make love to her?" And the old boy said, No, she got gonorrhea, and you know how I like to fish, so I did a lot of fishing.
Yeah, boy.
And he said, "Well, did you roll her over?" And he said, No, she got diarrhea, so I like to fish, so I did a lot of fishing. And he says, "Well, did you at least get any oral sex?" And the old boy said, No, I didn't get none. She's got pyorrhea. And I like to fish, so that's what I did. And the first boy said, "Well, why in the hell did you marry her?" And the second boy says, "Well, she's got worms, and you know how I like to fish."
Oh, my. Diarrhea, pyorrhea. What else can you pile on there?
Gonorrhea. I'm out of here. Hey, have yourself a good night.
Okay, yeah. That's why it's the right-wing nut emphasis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Wow, looking at some of the aerial photographs Chad posted here about 20 minutes ago. Linked some of the photographs from West Central Ag Services. The aerial views of all the grain trucks lined up, packed and stacked. Waiting to get the grain into the bins. Simply says, harvest at our grain facilities is crazy busy, as you can tell. Thank you for your patience. Our operations crew is doing all they can to put the crop in the bin. But yeah, a lot of trucks lined up. I mean, I imagine you're probably waiting hours to get your trucks unloaded. Guess it looks like they do a couple of them at a time, but. And the size of those grain bins, yeah, I've never seen bins of that size. Massive. Okay, fascinating stuff. All right, 23 past the hour. It's 844-3388. Morning, Horse Feathers. What's happening out there?
Morning, Your Honor. It's just a little damp this morning. Got some showers off and on. Sometimes got to have the wipers on delay, wipers off. Roads are pretty much damp, though, so you've got somebody around you, you got some road spray and stuff. But other than that, I guess we're going to get through it there. Trick-or-treaters, I guess we're kind of damp on our area because, I don't know, the rain all pushed in there about 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon there and stayed pretty steady all the way through the evening hours. So you had a few out in the neighborhood there, not a whole lot. We're far enough out in the country there that the only one that comes through there is Little Red Riding Hood there, and she was actually at the restaurant where we were eating dinner last night there. She was our waitress there, and she asked what I wanted, and I said, well, what's in the goodie basket? So she had to wait a second to get a reply. Apparently she wasn't too familiar there with the story of the big bad wolf and grandma and the goodie basket and that. So I don't know. She just had to. I think maybe they just had costumes on hangers, and when the staff came in there, the restaurant people said, "This is what you're dressing up as tonight. Go put this on. This is be your uniform." I don't know if they knew what they were wearing even. So, But anyways, so you touched on the CMEs there a little bit, and yeah, as I said the other night there, I tried to get everybody all in the same network there so they could all see what's going on. I got my cardiologist, and I figured, I'd get my regular, general physician type person who actually is a certified medical examiner for DOT. And, she gave me the hardest time of everybody trying to get my medical card, because apparently she read in the regular, I don't know, what were you calling it?
The guidance, the handbook, right?
The guidance, yeah. So she reads into that what she thinks her interpretation should be, and Well, she thinks she has to be one step smarter than the cardiologist on what's, needed to keep track of my health, and gave me a hard time about it. And so this year I decided I didn't need to go back to her for my regular DOT physical. I'll go to her for my regular, annual checkup. But my regular DOT physical, I went down there to one of the urgent cares there and went right through, no problem. You do the urine test there in the cup for the, to check the sugar, and check the eye chart down the hall, and have somebody stand behind you and whisper and make sure you can hear her whisper, and stand on one foot, make sure you don't fall over. And okay, you got your stress test that's required here for DOT, that then their guidance there, good to go, no problem. So but I tried to line it all up to have everybody all, so that everything was all in one computer system, so that everybody could see what was going on with each other, and there wouldn't be any issues of me trying to convey information or anything. And I can't do it that way. But so anyway, so you mentioned briefly there about a refinery strike over in France. Now this is news. I haven't heard that story before. What's going on with that?
I hadn't really. I saw a headline about it, but I didn't think it would really have any impact on us. I didn't realize.
Well, the thing is that they need a certain amount of product to use over there to get through the year, and if their refineries are on strike over there, they're not producing, so they're going to expect more from other places, which puts a burden on the supply that's left for anywhere else. And if they try to start making up from other places, and other places will be short too, so it's not just, we're in this world market that whatever happens in one spot doesn't just affect them anymore. It affects everybody else in the world for what goes on. And as we found out last week there, they actually had fuel that was headed for Europe that they had to turn around and got a hold of and didn't let go. So don't know how all that works out, but anyways, there. So, I think your show's there. I think you're missing something from your show, Your Honor. I think next time you get a chance to get out there, maybe do some of them flea markets, or down there the maybe a yard sale or something. Can you look for a gong? Because I think your show here, your comic section of your show here is starting to lean more towards that old TV show from the 70s there. What was it, the Gong Show there? Can we get one of them there for when the comedians come up? I don't know. The jokes are getting pretty hard up here.
Well,
so
what do you want?
Maybe,
what do you expect from a right-wing nut, if you know what I mean? All right, hey, news break.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. 2 U.S. citizens are among those injured in Saturday's crowd crush in Seoul, South Korea. The South Korea Foreign Ministry says over 24 foreign nationals from at least 14 countries were killed. Another 15 were injured as people surged into the narrow streets of the popular Itaewon nightlife district during a Halloween festival. Verified Twitter users will soon have to pay up to keep their blue checkmark. The new Twitter Blue subscription would cost $20, and once launched, current verified users would have 90 days to subscribe or lose their status. The company's current subscription option is $4.99 a month, and it unlocks more features in the app. And witches are casting a spell on Google's list of most popular Halloween costumes this year. With Halloween upon us, Google Trends is out with its 2022 Frightgeist list that takes a look at the most searched for costumes in the United States. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. So I hadn't, like I said, I'd seen some headlines about refinery strikes in France. I didn't much pay any attention to them. I guess this has been going on for several weeks now. And they've resolved the strike at some refineries. Latest I can find is about a week ago. Let's see. French refinery and fuel depot workers at 5 sites owned by the oil giant Total Energies have extended their strike, compounding concerns over fuel supply ahead of wider protests, which, again, that would have been last week that the protest would have been taking place. 4 of France's 7 refineries and 1 fuel depot have been out on action after striking members of the hard-left CGT union rejected the pay offer from the industry leader that other unions had accepted. Operation had resumed at 2 refineries run by ExxonMobil after workers reached a deal with management there. But the strike, I guess, in France had forced many filling stations to close and had the ripple effect across all sectors of the French economy. So on it goes. I guess there's been protests in Paris and things like that and elsewhere around the country. So, like Horse Feather said, things that happen in other parts of the world has the ripple effect on a global level. Meanwhile, back to the trucking industry headline here. How many years have we been saying, why don't you offer the drivers, a little flexibility? OIDA says, well, rather than providing exemptions to specific companies or segments of the industry, why doesn't the FMCSA grant greater hours of service flexibility to all truck drivers? As the FMCSA is well aware, truckers face delays and challenges beyond their control every single day. Whether it's inclement weather, traffic accidents, excessive detention time, drivers face obstacles that make it difficult or nearly impossible to safely complete their work. All these drivers, not those in a single industry, want regulations that recognize those challenges while still ensuring safety. Our call for increased flexibility comes in formal comments regarding the National Propane Gas Association's request for an exemption from CFR 395.3. They've requested a 5-year exemption for their member company drivers, which would include the following: extend the 14-hour duty period to no more than 17 hours, extend the 11-hour driving period to no more than 14 hours following 10 consecutive hours off duty, waive the 60 and 70-hour rules for a period of no more than 6 consecutive days, and lastly, allow a period of 6 consecutive days to end with the beginning of an off-duty period of 34 hours or more consecutive hours. They say they need the exemption to respond to the high demand and to recover from emergency conditions. Their suggestion is, why doesn't the FMCSA take a more general look at the regulations? Instead of considering the Propane Gas Association's request in a vacuum, why don't you take a broader look at the hours of service rules and flexibility? Small business truckers and professional drivers generally aren't opposed to flexibility provided to specific operations, but they also see that special treatment inevitably provides an advantage to some businesses over other. I mean, you're essentially picking winners and losers based on the case that an industry can make about the importance of the cargo they haul. The FMCSA should recognize the work that all truckers do is essential and critical, especially after providing sweeping hours of service exemptions for more than 2 years during the pandemic. They were also kind of picking winners and losers as who had to abide by the hours and who didn't during that 2 years. If you're hauling things that were considered pandemic relief, you could pretty much throw the hours out the window. So this is the second time in recent months that they've called for the agency to provide drivers more control over when they feel it's safe to drive and when it's not. Back in September, they asked the FMCSA to expand the split sleeper options and also allow drivers to pause their clock by up to 3 hours. Flexibility, right? They petitioned the agency for more flexibility in 2018. Some of the aspects of their petition were included in a rule change that actually took effect in September of 2020. Now they want additional revisions. The FMCSA administrator, Robin Hutchinson, told Landline that they're not planning any sort of tweaks to the hours of service in the immediate future. She said, quote, "We're not looking at additional modifications right now, but we do recognize that an emergency waiver is an important tool for us to use for the industry." And we continue to see emergency declarations depending on, right now you've got declarations, there in is it North Dakota, South Dakota? A number of places in regards to hauling gas, diesel, propane, home heating oil, all those, all the fuels that we need. All right, it is 844-3388. Hey, good morning, Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve. Driving up old 220 here, and kind of foggy over here in Rocky Mount. I'm pushing up through Timothy's territory there. It's been patchy,
Did you get out there and go trick-or-treating to stock up on Reese cups?
Oh, I got some news on that. Did you hear about the recall on Reese cups?
No.
Yeah, there's a big, huge recall on Reese cups. If you have Reese cups at your home, just ship them to GMA&P Enterprises in Highview, West Virginia. Yes, we did. I'll turn them in for you. I don't have to worry about turning them in. Just ship them feed. Take care of it. Can't have people eating them Reese cups. There's a big recall on them.
Actually had one little girl that came up. There was a group of three, but the one in the middle said, we were getting, we had the bucket of candy, and she said, "I don't like Reese cups."
Oh, poor little thing.
She did not want a Reese cup.
Well, you know what? Everybody's got their own personal taste. My wife literally likes black licorice and black jelly beans.
Ew.
Well, what's funny is my grandmother was the same way. My wife's favorite color is purple. So was my grandmother. I always thought that was kind of ironic, it's just crazy. Well, let's give a little bit of constructive criticism to right wing nut. I think he's been hitting that Russian vodka a little too hard if he thought that joke was funny. What do you think?
Yeah, he likes to fish.
Yeah, that just, I don't know where he gets that. Well, speaking of drinking, old Brain Dead called in about the party there. Brain Dead had been hitting the old Crow awful hard there. He got him and Dingbat had her peach snobs. She wasn't feeling no pain either. First of all, I come as Gilligan, and my wife come as Marianne. It wasn't identified as Marianne. That was my wife with me. But I guess when you see two people, you might be thinking you're seeing double. I don't know. We're talking Brain Dead here. Another thing too, by the time the winner, I'm going to divulge the winners. There were some people showed up after them two was kind of out of it. The sex maniac and his wife had an interesting costume. His wife come with these two headlights on her boobs, and sex maniac had a deer head on, so he was a deer in the headlights.
I saw that. Yes.
I thought that was rather interesting. So I'm gonna get with Eskimo Bob to confirm the winners, because I've been pretty heavy on the old German there myself. I wasn't feeling no pain by the time the judging was on, but, you know, the pumpkin hunt went as usual. Eskimo Mom stayed sober. The rest of us, we wasn't feeling much pain, so she pretty much won that hands down. And as you know, all the prizes was high tech. I mean, the latest in technology, furnished by GMA and B Enterprises.
Well, I want to know who won in the Bobbin for Apples competition, and especially who got to go 4th and 5th and 6th after everyone else had slobbered in the Bobbin Apples.
Well, it wasn't too hard to find people to go bobbing for apples because we injected them with grain alcohol.
Yeah.
Yeah, after about 3 apples, they wasn't feeling no pain. Old Breeze come up with about 4 of them, so I think he won the bobbing for apples competition.
So I guess he must have his front teeth.
Yeah.
Good.
I lost my dentures in the thing, and that kind of ended that. So
Right.
we just started picking them up. So yeah. Well, since Heat Wave can't tell a funny joke, I think I'm gonna give a shot at one that's at least a little more funny. The state trooper pulls over this girl, walks up to the window, and she looks at him and says, "I bet you're going to try to sell me the tickets to the policeman's ball." Well, state trooper looked at her and says, "Ma'am, policemen don't have balls." "Thank you very much, ma'am. You have a good day." Well, you have a good.
All right. Thank you, Gilligan. It's 844-844-3388. A Tuesday, November 1. How about that? It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, we mentioned out of the box this morning. Big storm, enormous storm, going to be bringing potential for rounds of severe weather to the central states and the Midwest later this week and into the weekend. Well, that is the storm that currently is impacting the Pacific Northwest. Started coming ashore this past day, Monday, and today begins to envelop much more of the region. Rain likely for many of the mountain passes until the colder air arrives. After the initial wave of moisture, this storm is going to open the door for a lot of colder air to flow into the region. So get ready. Many places going to see the lowest temperatures you've seen so far this week, this season, rather. Temperature's going to be running a good 10 degrees below normal today and Wednesday. Cities like Seattle and Portland may struggle to even get into the upper 40s next couple of days. The snow levels begin to fall as we progress into the day Tuesday and Wednesday. Rain's going to be changing over to some of the mountainous areas. Snow is even going to drop slightly below pass level in Washington. Get ready for maybe some tricky travel in those areas. Further south, you'll look for a period of heavy snow in the northern Sierra Nevada from later on this afternoon into Tuesday night. It's likely to snow pretty hard for several hours by this evening, Tuesday evening, at Donner Pass. Oh boy, along I-80 there in California. Get ready for delays. Roads will become slippery and snow-covered. Donner Pass. Snow continues to spread southward over the Sierra Nevada and lingering a bit further north over the mountain chain on into Wednesday. If the storm ends up diving far enough to the south, even the higher elevations in Southern California may get cold enough to see their first snowflakes, more like flurries, by Wednesday night. All right, either way, California needs the precip. It looks like accumulation should stay in the higher elevations when it moves into the Rockies, rather than the major cities like Denver and Salt Lake City. Could see half a foot of snow in the foothills of Denver or Salt Lake City. Going to be too warm in the downtown locations for more than probably just a few flurries there. Higher elevations are going to see a broad area of 6 to 12 inches. Higher amounts in some areas could see up to 2 feet of snow in some areas with this storm system. There you go, some of our travelers' weather, but get ready. Donner Pass could be a bit dicey, as they say 24 hours from now. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers, and happy day after Halloween there. So, you're not going to please anybody with the weather. It's either too hot, it's too cold, too snowy, too rainy. It's like that river. It's too high or it's too low, It'll come back. Just give it a little rain, and we'll get that river right back on up there.
Yeah.
Did you win that $1 billion lottery?
No, I did not. Neither did anybody else.
Yeah. Well, they ain't called me yet, so I don't think I'm gonna be able to retire there. So I'm still looking for my stay-at-home order from that pandemic. I still ain't found it there. But if I won that lottery, you can bet I'd find it real quick there. I got some sad news for you, talking about all them strikes and stuff. I read where the National Association of Lot Lizards was considering going on strike too. So I don't know if that's ever going to happen. Anyway, I seen a couple of outfits today. That one gal, she was dressed up like Elvira, Steve. I was doing my best to impersonate the Oak Ridge boys there, but I don't think I'd done enough. I don't think I'd done enough well to impress her.
Did you tune in early in the show? I was dressed like Elvira for the first 30 minutes.
Oh, well, I'm not saying, you want my Elvira, my heart's on fire for Elvira. Well, I actually switched over to Toby Keith should have been a cowboy, because that other gal, she was dressed up like a cowgirl. She just grinned and walked on by. I was like, never mind. I read there was a recall on Winnebago, too. The fuel lines, too. You know what the fix is?
Lay it on us.
They had to put a couple of cable straps on it there. Cable ties.
Yeah.
That's all it is. probably cost them $1 or $2 to fix them Winnebagos there. Anyway, you're talking about 401ks last night. All you're doing is borrowing money from yourself, but you got to eventually pay it back here. And I read where Elon Musk is going to charge $20 for a month. I think it's a month for Twitter. Get verified on Twitter.
If something about, they said something about, I guess I've got, technically, I think they set me up a Twitter account, but I've never been on it, don't even know how to use the darn thing, but something about if you're a certified user, you get a blue check next to your name or something, and it's been like $10 a month, and they're going to double that.
Yeah. He's got to make money at it if he spent money.
Hey,
right?
He's got to make $44 billion to pay for this damn company.
I know that's right. Well, that's a lot of money. I heard Biden shouted at Zelensky over there. That's what somebody with dementia does. My daddy had dementia. He said something he didn't like. He'd just go off a deep end shouting at you there. And that guy up there, I guess he's up there at Michigan. What's his name? Mayo Tucker. He teaches Nick Tremaine a lesson on discipline unacceptable behavior. They suspended them players up there. But, Nick didn't suspend. He gets for hitting that woman there. So
yeah. And what was the deal at that Michigan game over the weekend? Yeah, we'll pick up there after this. News break time.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. The State Department called out Russia for its bombardment of civilian and infrastructure targets as it loses ground in its war on Ukraine. State Department spokesperson Ned Price Monday said many of Russia's shelling activities have no military merit whatsoever.
We've all seen a number of strikes and bombardments that appear to be nothing more than an effort to brutalize the people of Ukraine.
National Republican Senatorial Committee Chairman Senator Rick Scott, a Republican out of Florida, I think the Democrats are going to get a rude awakening on November 8th that high inflation, high crime, open border is not what the American public wants, Scott said on ABC this week. The economy and inflation has consistently ranked as a top issue for voters as the midterms approach, providing a major political liability for Democrats as they attempt to maintain their razor-thin majorities in both the House and Senate. Indiana police have a man in custody for a years-old case.
A Delphi, Indiana man, Richard Allen, has been arrested for the 2017 murders of 8th graders Abby Williams and Libby German. Indiana State Police made the announcement at a news conference Monday. Best friends 13-year-old Libby and 14-year-old Abby were on a hiking trail in rural Delphi when they were killed. No other details have been released. From the West Coast, USA, Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
There's a break in another cold case. Authorities in Massachusetts say the victim in the oldest cold case has been identified thanks to advanced genealogy technology. FBI Boston Special Agent in charge, Joe Benavolanta, says the victim's dismembered body was found on the dunes of Cape Cod back in 1974.
It was a brutal death, and for the last 48 years, investigators with the Massachusetts State Police and Provincetown Police Department have worked tirelessly to identify her.
This is USA Radio News.
You know, if you feel like you're stuck with a healthcare plan that isn't affordable, or you simply just don't like how it works, well, right now, during open enrollment is a perfect time to switch to MediShare. The typical family saves $500 a month when they join MediShare, and what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the customer satisfaction rate compared to the industry. That's double. And MediShare is the most trusted name in healthcare sharing. It's been around for 30 years. It's shared more than $4 billion in healthcare bills. And here's why now is the perfect time to make the switch. If you join MediShare Complete by January 1st, they will waive your new member fees and you'll save an additional 10% off your first year. That's right. No fee to join, 10% off every month for all of next year. But again, it's a limited time offer. So yeah, you're not stuck. You've got a great option. Call now. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Here's the president's schedule for you. Monday night, the Bidens hosted trick-or-treating on the South Lawn with kids of local firefighters, nurses, cops, and National Guard members. Then Tuesday, the president will go to Fort Lauderdale, Florida, to talk about protecting Social Security and Medicare and easing prescription drug prices. He'll take part in a reception for Representative Charlie Crist's gubernatorial campaign in Golden Beach. Tulsi Gabbard, a former member of the Democratic Party, endorsed GOP congressional candidate and Michigan State Senator Tom Barrett days after Republican Representative Liz Cheney endorsed his Democratic opponent, Democrat Representative Alyssa Slotkin. I'm here and really proud to support fellow veteran Tom Barrett, who's stepping up to serve and lead our country in a time of need in Congress. Having served in Congress for 8 years on the Armed Services and Foreign Affairs Committees, I know firsthand that a vote for Slotkin is a vote for more war, Gabbard said in a video exclusively provided to Fox News Digital. Speaking to the media on Monday, University of Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh addressed the post-game tunnel incident that took place over the weekend when several Michigan State players roughed up two members of Michigan's team. Harbaugh said there's an ongoing police investigation.
There needs to be accountability. There needs to be a full, thorough, timely investigation. I can't imagine that this will not result in criminal charges. The videos are bad.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
heard in the news break there is we got our final hour off and rolling here on a Tuesday. Reporting on the Michigan State game Saturday. Where Jamon Green, I guess he got the living crap beat out of him in the tunnel after the game. And he's got him a lawyer, and he's going to take legal action against members of the Michigan State football team. The description is brutally, savagely beaten in the tunnel Saturday after the Wolverines beat the Spartans, and it's all on camera. The footage is nothing short of shocking, as they describe it. You can see a member of the Spartans using his helmet as a weapon against Green, striking him with it. But that's just the beginning. I guess now Green said he's going to take legal action. His father said that Green plans on pressing charges against those involved. He said his son was hit in the face, the back, the shoulder. Jim Harbaugh, head coach, also informed the press yesterday that there's ABC footage of the entire situation unfolding, and he expects serious criminal charges to be filed. So far, Michigan State has suspended Tank Brown, Kerry Crump, Angelo Gross, and Zion Young for their roles in the attack. Not clear whether more players might be punished as well. A little statement from the attorney representing Green said, when college football players brutally attack a member of the opposing team with their helmets, resulting in a player suffering a concussion and other injuries, an apology will not suffice. There has to be severe consequences for this kind of conduct. Not only does Jamon Green deserve to be compensated for his injuries, severe consequences in this case will deter others who might think they can get away with brutally beating an opposing player and just get a slap on the wrist. I've got news for the MSU players who did this to Jamon. They're going to feel the full wrath of the law. End quote. As soon as the attack happened, Michigan AD Ward Manuel made it clear this was a police matter. MSU's head coach Mel Tucker also announced his program is going to cooperate fully with the authorities. With Jamon, though, planning to press charges, it seems like action from the police in Ann Arbor is probably going to be imminent. Now, where do things go from here? That is the big question. At the very least, MSU fans, Michigan State University fans, don't expect to see the suspended players back in the near future. If the four are actually ultimately arrested, their time in East Lansing is probably over. Did you see any of the video footage of that knuckle buster beating the crap out of that guy?
No, I didn't get around seeing the video there, but anyway, thanks for holding me over. I'm glad you don't have that truck running over nobody no more, because I got run over by a 379 Peterbilt out there in Arizona back in 1990, so let me tell you, it didn't feel good. But the true winner of all of that and that incident down there in Tennessee where that player hit that woman in the back of the head there, will be the lawyers. Them slick-wheeler lawyers, they're always the winner of that. But anyway, Auburn fired their football coach, Steve. So that's going to guarantee Alabama pretty much going to win everything in November there, because the only one they got is Ole Miss, and that's Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin ain't going to beat Nick Saban there. And then they got to play LSU, I think, Saturday, and Austin Peay, and then Auburn. So, we'll see Alabama back up there in the national championship church there. What's this on the Astros cheating again with a sticky substance?
I didn't catch that. What, something happened in the World Series?
Yeah, with cell phones now, sticky substances. One of the players, he's brushing off allegations he used sticky substances in Game 2 to win. So I don't even know what sticky substance they'd even be preferring to. So I won't even speculate on that. I saw where NASA took an image of the sun that was smiling at us, Steve. Somebody take a Sharpie and pick Dr. that picture up or put it on Snapchat or whatever that stuff's called.
Yeah, supposedly that was a photograph that was taken in, infrared. So it's something we can't see with the naked eye. And it was actually the sunspots that made it look like the sun had a pumpkin face.
Yeah, smiley face back.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve, have you got a green couch?
No green couch. Why?
No, I don't. This girl named Emily, I can't even pronounce that. She's commenting on her sexuality. She's a newly single mother that's 31 years old.
Yeah.
She said women that have green couches are bisexual. I don't know about all that. Tennessee don't own no green couch. I couldn't get that lucky. Well, anyway, don't you tell her I said that.
Pretend you didn't say that. Yeah.
All right. Have a great morning, Mr. Steve Summers. You know what that is. That's all my bull on it, boy.
Yeah. It's Emily Radikowski. She's a looker. I know that much. The hottest bisexual accessory of the fall is the green velvet couch. At least that appears to be the case according to TikTok. A viral sound about the furniture item has given us the gift of at least 2 celebrity coming out moments. Okay. The green couch, I'll have to remember that. I have to ask the princess tomorrow, would you like a green couch? And she'll say, hell no. Why? Just saying. Let's go
Brown
on 5-7.
Brown leather. All of it. All my furniture is brown leather.
Brown leather.
And by the way, I'm making my wife take that green Afghan off the back of the couch. I can't figure out why women will you go out and spend all that money for a beautiful brown leather. And they got a cupboard within Afghan. Coaches, when I was in high school, junior high, we got out of the locker room, we got out of the bus on away games. We had our helmets on. The coach said, "You put it on." Said, "Nobody is a superstar on my team, and we're all teams." So, you were out there. You couldn't showboat. If you got in a fight, you were off the team. If you were defending yourself, you were going to be off the team for a game. He didn't put up with that. You know what? There's very little a coach can do. I mean, face it. If the schools, these colleges, don't get in better, and recruit higher, better players, I can't see how they can absolutely fire a coach because they're not winning a game. I mean, the coach can only work with what he has. But my goodness, a coach can tell them, hey, listen, you'll never play on this team or any again if any of you commit violence on the field. It's called sportsmanship, period. And it just seems like, it just needs to be enforced. And I wanted to make mention that, I'm upset. All night long nobody mentioned my outfit. I thought about going as a Submariner to Eskimo Mom's party.
Yeah.
And I was overcharged because Gilligan sent that old nasty international bus down, and I had to pay $19.95 to ride on this stupid thing. It took forever to get up there. We were almost late. But and I thought about going as a Submariner, but you know what? Submariners, to hold that off, you have to be quiet for like 3.5 hours of the party. submariners have to practice silence when they are ordered, because you can't give away the boat's location, you know. So I tried this other stuff, and it didn't work well. I mean, face it. I went to bobbing for apples. Gilligan passes right by me and goes bobbing for apples. I tried to do the darts. There was, horse feathers just right by me, like I wasn't there, you know. Went to get the last piece of cake, reached down, and Becky scooped it up. Like, well, what about me, you know? So, I know I paid, that's the last time I'm paying $57 for that mixer and go anywhere as the Invisible Man.
Didn't quite work out, did it? The Invisible Man.
No.
It's almost like you weren't there. All right, no Powerball winner. So we're going to add what? We're going to add $200 million to the pot now. The kitty is now $1.2 billion for Wednesday night's drawing. Wow. Largest prize in Powerball history was $1.586 billion in January of 2016. Now, if there's not a winner this Wednesday night, I'd venture to say it's going to be getting pretty darn close to that. It just keeps on getting bitter. All right. So the winning numbers, 13, 19, 39, 59, and 36. Powerball was 13. No jackpot winner, but there were more than 5.4 million tickets that totaled $59.5 million in prize money won last night. There were actually 10 tickets that matched all 5 of the white balls, but did not have that lucky number 13 as the Powerball. But that's $1 million. Wednesday's jackpot will be the third time in the game's history that the main prize has hit the $1 billion milestone. If there is a winner Wednesday night, it will be the second largest jackpot in Powerball history, the fourth largest in U.S. lottery history. So there you go. Of course, the odds don't get any better for Wednesday night's drawing. Odds of winning the jackpot, 1 in 292.2 million. Yeah, the odds are you'll be struck by lightning 2 or 3 times in your lifetime. Better odds of that happening than winning the Powerball. But we can all dream, right? It is 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's everyday diesel treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, so it appears some people actually do pay attention. Good morning, Seen Unseen. He says, good morning, Steve. Well, we made it to another Halloween. Yeah, why is your clown shut off for the entire show? Fire it up. It's because he makes too damn much noise. He does have the red blinking eyes and plays that scary clown song. But then he said, hey, where's your skull with the blinking eyes? Where'd he go? What's going on in that studio during your news breaks? Yeah, I moved the skull, and I was going to turn my police car on there. I forgot to turn the lights on, though. It's when I run for a smoke break. You are correct. All right, it's 844-844-3388. See what's going on with Eagle. Hello, Eagle.
Can you hear me, brother?
We got you. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, Steve, I got a couple things I'm going to talk about, but I'll make a quick comment about this football game, Michigan State game. Apparently, the players, Michigan is an old stadium, even though it's the oldest stadium in, the biggest stadium in college football. I think they say it holds over 108,000 people on a game day. It's bigger than Ohio State's and Penn State's and all the big schools. Alabama is the biggest stadium in college football, but it's an old stadium, and all the players for some reason they all enter into the same. They go into the same tunnel to get to the locker rooms, and they're gonna have to do something in Michigan. They probably gonna have to let one team go because Penn State coach had made a comment about it too when they played Michigan, that the players come in contact with each other in the tunnel, and that's a big rivalry. Michigan and Michigan State, they don't like each other. So when you got players, when Michigan just got their butt kicked, Michigan State they got beat pretty bad. So you got a bunch of aggravated ball players, and they in the tunnel, and maybe one of the Michigan players might have made some comments. From what I seen in the video, the guy that got beat up, I don't know if it's true or not, but it looked to me like he was agitating those players from Michigan State. He might have been the reason why they attacked him like that, but they still don't have no reason to beat the man up with a helmet and do what they did. So they probably gonna get kicked out of school, lose their scholarship and all that. And but like I say, Michigan, they need to figure out a way for these players to get into the tunnel without coming in contact with each other, because it's only gonna lead to trouble with the two teams, especially when they don't like each other. You hate to see if Ohio State and Michigan, how much they hate each other. So that would be a good situation with Michigan and Ohio State in the same tunnel. Now, let's talk about something that's going on in politics, Steve. And I talked to you, about the Pelosi situation last night. And I learned some more things when I was driving the truck today. I listened to talk radio. Okay, in the past, Steve, we're living in a new world now. In the past, congressmen and senators have not had security. They have not been provided security from Washington, D.C., the people that's in charge of the deal, Secret Service agents, stuff like that, because there was never a need for them. But we're living in a different world now, Steve. We have a lot of people out there, for some reason, they think they can put their hands on somebody else, or they can do some bad things to people because they don't agree with them. This is the world that we live in now. So what's going to have to happen, Steve? Because if Joe Biden can send billions of dollars to Ukraine, there's no reason why the U.S. government can send that much money. There's no reason why the U.S. government cannot provide protection to senators and congressmen, because I don't know if you probably already know, but congressmen and senators are not provided protection at their homes or nothing. Once they leave Washington, D.C., anybody can attack these people unless they hire their own security force, which takes money out of their pocket to protect them and their families. And I don't think that's right. If somebody is representing their country, they do deserve to be protected in this environment that we live in right now. And I think that the government, they're going to have to come up with new rules and legislations to provide the security for these individuals, because we're living in a very dangerous society. You can see what happened, like I say, with Pelosi's husband. And I don't think the congressmen and senators should be forced to pay for their own security at this point, because it costs a lot of money. And I'm going to repeat myself one more time. If Joe Biden can send billions of dollars to Ukraine, you can't tell me that the U.S. government can't provide security for congressmen or senators. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle. Have a good morning. Yeah, we indeed touched on the fact that representatives, unlike the president or vice president, with Secret Service and security for not only them but for their family members as well. I mean, right now, it's, Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden has Secret Service protection. I don't know. Is he still living in that mansion out there in California? They were spending millions of dollars to house Secret Service agents out there to protect Hunter. Family members, family of the president. All right, well, almost a news break here, so we'll take care of that. Get back to your calls. Got Doug coming up here, and I believe Big Sexy's on the line. Room for you at 844-844-3388. Some of the reports last week, the rumors and rumblings that Elon Musk was going to fire 75% of the Twitter force employees. I guess those were just rumors. The numbers that were just posted yesterday does indeed say that he's planning to let go maybe 25% of the workforce in what could be maybe just the first round of layoffs. Yeah, several folks familiar with the internal discussions of the layoffs reported that Alex Spiro, a longtime representative from us, is kind of leading the conversation. He's also managing multiple teams within Twitter, including the legal, government relations, policy, the marketing teams. But yeah, a lot of employees going to be hitting the unemployment line, as they say, in the near future. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusa reporting. 2 U.S. citizens are among those injured in Saturday's crowd crush in Seoul, South Korea. The South Korea Foreign Ministry says over 24 foreign nationals from at least 14 countries were killed. Another 15 were injured as people surged into the narrow streets of the popular Itaewon nightlife district during a Halloween festival. Verified Twitter users will soon have to pay up to keep their blue checkmark. The new Twitter Blue subscription would cost $20, and once launched, current verified users would have 90 days to subscribe or lose their status. The company's current subscription option is $4.99 a month, and it unlocks more features in the app. And witches are casting a spell on Google's list of most popular Halloween costumes this year. With Halloween upon us, Google Trends is out with its 2022 Frightgeist list that takes a look at the most searched for costumes in the United States. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, Free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, I do see you can expect a soggy day in Texas today from Dallas to Houston, according to Tom Kelly. At TNCRadio.live, coming up when we wrap things up in about 30 minutes. In celebration of Halloween, first up, it's the original broadcast of Orson Welles' War of the Worlds. Now, if you've never heard the original, it's really cool. It's awesome to hear the radio program that put part of America in a bit of a panic. Yeah, then it's 3 of your favorite episodes of the CBS Radio Mystery Theater, each of which is unique and well done. That's a lot of fun. Don't want to miss that coming up here in about 30 minutes. I think I'm going to tune in for the original War of the Worlds. You know, it's back when... Isn't that part of what actually created the whole narrative of it's the theater of the mind? Yes, it is. All right. Meanwhile, happy Taco Tuesday. Truck and Phil checks in. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers in the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Wow, what a relief. I stopped by Kroger to pick up the Halloween candy last night. Kit Kats and Reese peanut butter bars, and the line for the lotto was too long. I did not get a ticket. I did get a dirty look when I came home without a lotto ticket last night, so what a relief. I get another chance. One ticket, one chance. Good luck, everybody. Stay safe out there and enjoy the tacos. Yeah, Taco Tuesday, right? All right, we're ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights. Make that flip back. Only 54 days till Christmas. And as always, Semper Fi from Truck and Phil this morning. Yeah, $1.2 billion your Wednesday night. Oh, and by the way, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats fuel corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Pretty simple. Store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. All right, Doug is on board. Morning, Doug. Thanks for hanging in there. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. Just trucking through the night here. With regards to the NASCAR race, where were they at when this guy recorded the fastest lap there and scraped the wall? What track?
Oh, what the hell was it?
Was it Darlington?
I think it was.
Well, I just called to contribute to the conversation and enjoy listening to the show. But I remember, like, in 2000, somewhere around that time, 1999, early 2000s, Jeff Hammond and Darrell Waltrip were part of the Fox broadcast for NASCAR. And Darrell Waltrip would often talk about Darlington and how coming off of turn 4, scraping the wall was the fastest way around the track. And it kind of defies all logic, but for whatever reason, momentum, he would say, a lot of times if you're on the outside, you hit the wall every time, but that was the fastest way around the track.
Okay.
Jeff Hammond
I pulled it up real quick. I stand corrected. It was Martinsville Speedway.
Sure. Well, that's about all I had.
I guess it's kind of. I guess Martinsville. That's similar, isn't it? It's a shorter track.
Yeah, definitely shorter, slower, but still.
Yeah.
That's about all I had. I guess there's a lot of moisture coming in off of the Pacific Ocean in the Northwest. How many storms are waiting to come into the Northwest now?
Last week they were touting 6 storms, so I guess you're up to, I believe this is the third of the 6, but there could be more stacked up out there. They did say that right now, this storm system coming in right now is just kind of opening the door for one after another. It's going to be busy.
Do you think some elevation is going to get some snow out there?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's and even down to pass level there. Later tonight at Donner, they're saying.
Okay.
Some of the higher elevations are saying we may get 5 to 10 feet when all is said and done with the train of storms. 5 to 10 feet. Yeah, and they need that. I mean, you need that higher elevation snow out there because that's the water that runs down off the mountains when spring and summer rolls around to keep water in the mix out there. All right, 844-3388. Yeah, last week, of course, we were talking rather in depth about the Energy Information Administration, the distillate inventories, lowest level since 2008. Yeah, however, in 2008, distillate levels were low coming out of spring that year. This is not spring. Right now, they are low going into the fall. That's a whole lot worse, they tell us, than the situation in 2008. Distillate demand generally spikes in the spring when the farmers are planting crops, and in the fall when they're harvesting the crops and people start buying fuel oil to heat their homes in the winter. Thus, a low distillate inventory in late April, not quite as serious as a low inventory in October of 22. Matter of fact, distillate inventories haven't been this low in October since they actually began reporting this data in 1992. That's the Energy Information Administration. These low inventories, that's why the diesel prices are above $5 nationwide, even though the nationwide average for gas had dropped below $4 a gallon. Why is there a diesel shortage this year? There are 4 factors. 2 of them are in play every year. 2 of them are different this time. Now, as we mentioned, distillate demand spikes at this time of year, but it does every year. This is also the time of year that the refineries are doing maintenance. They tend to do it in the spring and the fall, which is why demand is lower and the weather is typically more decent. So the refinery capacity drops at this time of year. Now, thirdly, refinery capacity has fallen in the past few years. Several of the unprofitable refineries actually shut down. So there is a new factor that has appeared in the past couple of years. Wasn't there before. Lastly, maybe one of the primary reasons is cutting off Russian imports. Prior to Russia's invasion, we were importing nearly 700,000 barrels per day of petroleum and petroleum products. Most of these imports were finished products and refinery inputs that boosted distillate supplies in the U.S. The loss of these Russian imports have caused problems for refineries as they struggle to fill the holes in their product slates. Yeah, the refineries do have a small amount of flexibility in shifting gas production to diesel production, but it's a relatively small amount. That also means that if refiners do shift production, it also potentially creates shortages in the gasoline market. The flip-flop around. But that was the explanation from Forbes magazine over the weekend of why the diesel supply shortage, all up and down the East Coast from the Northeast to the Southeast here in the USA. Didn't realize 700,000 per day. All right, that's a lot of juice. All right, it's 844-844-3388. What's happening with Big Sexy this morning?
How's it going, Steve?
Yeah, how's your Monday going?
It's going all right. Hey, y'all was talking about that NASCAR race a while ago. That Martinsville is the shortest track, but it's also shaped like a paperclip.
Okay, I remember that.
If
They
you get
call
a
it the
chance,
paperclip.
if you can pull it up, what's the video from Chase Elliott's car? And he made the comment like, "What was that?"
Mm-hmm.
You see Chastain in front of him go up against the wall, and then just like a rocket take off real fast around everybody else. You're watching it from his in-car camera, from Chase Elliott's in-car camera. So if you get a chance, you can find that, view that. Did you see the emails I sent you? The XFL's coming back.
I saw that, yeah. Is anybody going to care about it more now than they did then? I mean, there wasn't a lot of interest, was there?
I don't know. They're new towns and all that. But if I'm not mistaken, it said Dwayne Johnson was part owner of that. That's The Rock.
Mm-hmm.
But they announced the teams on there, and then did you see the one I sent you about that ship? That wasn't completely submerged, but it's down low enough now that you can get a good
see it from the hull
that's the
to
old
the mast.
casino ship.
Yep.
Yeah. Smokestacks on it, or they're like they've been cut and bent over or something. You know, they're bent over. But you can tell where the water level was on it.
I mean, I'm looking at the picture. It looks like, I guess you've got, you got obviously the hull. You got deck number 1, deck number 2. It looks like it was, when the river's up where it would normally be, it was, all you could see is just that top deck.
Right.
Yeah.
It's what it looked like to me, like the top deck and the smokestack sticking up,
Yep.
But, no, I thought I'd give you a call during this loneliest hour.
It is just amazing how much water. I mean, you look at how wide the river is there, how much water it would take to get that water up to that level on that ship.
Yeah. Well, there's a smaller deal there beside it that was completely submerged. And they looked like poles drove into the ground, I guess, where what they done is that casino, they anchored that there because they replaced it with a bigger one, casino ship. And then the storms, I think in, what was it, 18, 19, sunk it. It wasn't completely sunk until the storm sunk it.
Uh-huh.
If you read the whole story or listen to it, they tell you all that in there. But it wasn't. That's the reason they anchored it there in the first place, was because of they replaced it with a bigger casino ship.
So it's not been
but
there.
I'll let you get on.
It's not been there.
Yeah, go ahead.
And it hasn't been there for an exceptional time, right? I mean, like I said, it took its maiden voyage in the early 1990s.
Right, and I think they replaced it in what? When it says there when they replaced it, but
99.
In 99, and then in the storms, wasn't it 18 or 19? It was in the teens, I know that. Some storms sunk it.
That's pretty wild. That's kind of like, it's probably about like what we had our first casino riverboat here on the Indiana side, along the Ohio River there. Yeah, a story says, ever since the mighty Miss reduced to a trickle, we're finding a lot of lost wonders. The latest is the old casino riverboat. The Diamond Lady took its maiden voyage in the early 90s, according to the president of Memphis Riverboats. Operated as a floating casino for a few years, but was taken out of commission in favor of a larger vessel about 1999. They said it was moved to Riverside Park Marina, but winter storms proved too much for the riverboat, and she succumbed to the mighty Mississippi in 2021. So just last year, I guess, is when she sunk. Now the receding waters have revived interest in the Diamond Lady. It can now be seen from hull to mast. Yeah, a lot of folks are kind of going out there to explore, take a look. Pretty fascinated. They said we thought it'd be fun. It's pretty cool. Yeah, we're also kind of hunting for some other treasures that the Mississippi River might reveal as the waters stay at record low levels. You might discover bones. You might even unfold an unsolved mystery, murders. But you really do get to look at all the rich history of the Mississippi. Yeah, finding all it's kind of like what they're doing out there at Lake Mead with the water levels down. Not finding a bunch of skeletal remains along the Mississippi like they are at Lake Mead, but I talked last night about uncovering all the the Civil War relics. I mean, finding cannonballs and things like that. All right, we'll come back in two as we head down the home stretch here on a Tuesday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, Knucklebuster brought up the World Series. Got the Phils and the Astros. The Phillies have rallied from behind often enough this season. And this month in particular, it's qualified as a mini surprise Saturday night when they couldn't come up with the big hit they needed. All right, you got Framber Valdez, the pitcher. Now, they say he was off the rails. 1 run, struck out over 9 over 6.5 innings. Was his curveball maybe too sharp? There's a lot of speculation, internet speculation, that Valdez, who sweats a lot, they say, was using a foreign substance. He was seen swiping his forehead and touching his right arm. The Phillies dugout noticed he was checked throughout the game, they say. Umpires didn't find anything. But the Phillies manager said it's all over Twitter. The umpires, they check these guys after almost every inning. And if there's something going on, Major League Baseball will take care of it. Phillies, they say, weren't too concerned because Valdez was being examined and his mannerisms were similar to the last time they faced him on October the 5th. They've only faced him one previous time. And that's kind of how he was the first time, they said. So nothing really looked out of the ordinary. But he did say Valdez switched gloves midway through the game. That's kind of unusual. He said, I didn't notice that, but I was told after the game. I did not notice it mid-game, but that's not usually something that goes on and unless the gloves broke. Anyway, no hijinks were discovered Saturday night. The Astros don't get the benefit of the doubt from much of the baseball world, though, after the 2017 World Series. Always will be tainted by the sign-stealing scandal that actually cost the general manager and the manager their jobs. Now, there was also a report from Fox during game number 2 that catcher Martin Maldonado had used an illegal bat there in game 1. Whether the Valdez controversy ended Saturday night or continues along with the series, the result of Game 2 is not going to change. The Phillies head home with the split. And, of course, that game that was supposed to be played last night, game number 3, was rained out there in Philadelphia. So I guess Game 3 will be tonight. Game 4 then gets bumped to Wednesday night. Everything gets kind of bumped a day ahead. They're also going to add in a travel day Friday. So I guess the Friday night game that had been, I guess Thursday was supposed to be a travel day. Is that the way it was supposed to work? So they'll be traveling Friday and back into action if games are still needed in the World Series. All right, final tidbit here as we roll into the early hours of a Tuesday. First day of November coming on here. All right, Doug was asking about how many storms do we have stacked up out there that's going to be coming in. Yeah, with this current system, as we speak, maybe a half a foot of snow we were talking about in the foothills of Denver, Salt Lake City. Even though the snow is mostly going to be confined to the higher elevations, it will be welcome for many. The snow is going to help with any lingering drought. It'll bring a beneficial wave of early season snow for the ski resorts. It's getting to be that time of year. Colorado, this snow could come on the heels of a little winter you saw just a few days ago. We saw a few flakes flying last Thursday in parts of Colorado. Some locations picked up maybe a fresh inch of snow, but it was the first measurable snow of the year for the Denver area last week. But there you go. So, we'll keep an eye on things, have the latest for you. Again, maybe severe weather later this week from that same system in a broad area of the central USA. Have yourself a wonderful Tuesday. We'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight for our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go.